What's good? What's good? The streets are buzzing. Draft night 2023 underway. CT rocking out on the watch along. Salute to Replay Gang. Salute to the chat. Salute to Knicks Nation. Let's see what happens tonight. Congrats to all the prospects that are going to hear their name called tonight. As well, we react to see what happens. A few picks down already. But let's see what the Knicks do. Let's see if they buy into the second round, buy a pick, trade into the first round. Let's see, keep our eye on the latest news going on. But congrats to Wemby, Brandon Miller going number 2 to the Charlotte Hornets, Scoot Henderson, number 3 to the Portland Trail Blazers. Let's rock out. Let's have some fun, man. Draft night. Knicks don't have a pick yet, but we'll continue to follow along. Let's get it. Salute Jake, Darren, New Yorker Geraldine, salute GM. And let's see what happens. But obviously, yeah, earlier today we heard there's so much going on. The Knicks were in discussions with the LA Clippers about Paul George. Since then, we've heard another report that there's been some hesitation, around Paul George's health concerns and everything. So, we wait to see what happens. Leon Rose, I predict he's going to be active. I think the New York Knicks will make an upgrade, a pretty significant upgrade. They're making calls. They're talking to teams. Could it be a Zach LaVine? I really feel like Obi Toppin is going to find himself a new home, if not tonight, in the coming week, coming days. The situation, we know what it is, but I think the Knicks are fully focused on trying to find a trade partner. It's not easy. They want to get solid value back for Obi. So let's see what happens, fam. But how's everyone feeling right now? It's going to be a big off-season for the New York Knicks. Yeah, Darren says, let's hope Leon Rose and co. don't let us down. Yeah, agree, Darren, but I feel like they're going to do something good, keeping the faith. And I do think that there's a lot of options available. So there's going to be things like, let's say, for example, we've seen Kyle Kuzma now opt out. He wants 30 mil, but he's available. We saw obviously the big trade go down last night. Kristaps Porzingis is a Boston Celtic. Now Marcus Smart finding himself in Memphis. The Wizards make out with their rebuild. Tyus Jones. They traded CP3 to the Warriors. And in return, they got Jordan Poole. So the Warriors are getting busy, stripping that down. The Wizards are getting busy. The Warriors got a veteran, Chris Paul. Can he stay healthy? Can he help them out? I think Boston improved, though, with KP, a big man that can stretch it. Got 2 first-round draft picks, although one of them's 25th, and then the other one is the Warriors selection. So they're not really excellent first-round picks, but it was still a great move for Boston. So we await to see what the New York Knicks can do, man. What can Leon pull out? Again, congrats to Wemby, number 1 to the San Antonio Spurs. Brandon Miller, 2nd to the Charlotte Hornets, as Michael Jordan sells that franchise now, getting ready to, to pair that Brandon Miller up with LaMelo. And we have Scoot go number 2. We'll continue to refresh the feed, shout out the chat, have some fun, rock out. You already know what it is. The streets is buzzing. As Jake says, very curious to know what the Knicks have in mind, right? There's lots of things happening. As Houston Rockets are going to be picking Amen Thompson with the 4th selection. Congrats to him. That was a no-brainer. Got the best available picks up on screen that you can see also. The lower half of the ESPN feed from tonight. But big things on the horizon for the New York Knicks, right? Their off-season really starts tonight. Whether they get into the draft, I feel like they're going to make a transaction, whether it be a trade, a roster move. we know it's pretty fairly easy to buy a pick in the second round. How many roster spots are available, so that's going to be a big factor. We heard as the pick comes in now, the Rockets are about to select Amen Thompson. As I was saying, yeah, I think Deuce McBride reports earlier today also that teams are calling the New York Knicks for Deuce McBride. So he's on a really cheap contract. He's a rotation quality NBA player. He offers a great defense, great skill set. Teams are calling the Knicks about Deuce. So that's a new report. I don't expect the Knicks to engage anything. He's a rotation player on a cheap contract. Salute Geraldine. Whatever trade they make, I hope it makes sense for our team. Just don't trade to trade. I can't believe we traded all our picks. We are not a win now team. Got my fingers crossed we get something done. Yeah, fingers crossed, toes crossed, Geraldine. But let's see what happens. Yeah, frustrating. Although we did, get Josh Hart, great signing, helped the Knicks this season. But we traded the 23rd pick, so we are left without a pick tonight. But I really do feel like one transaction that we could really see tonight is Obi Toppin on his way out, possibly for a piece and a pick tonight, maybe a second round pick. But let's see. I think that's one thing to watch. I don't think Obi's going to be a New York Knick for much longer. So the whole situation, the way it's been handled, has been frustrating for sure. I think Obi should have been traded last year at least. Reports are, from what I've heard, the Knicks set Obi's asking price at the deadline last year very, very high. So there was a conflict within the Knicks front office. World Wide West really, really wanted to keep Obi, wants to keep Obi here. Had a hand in saying Obi Toppin's asking price set very high so that teams would back off. And that's what happened. If you want to know why Obi wasn't traded at the deadline last year, it's because that's a big reason. The Knicks set the asking price very, very high. I think that asking price has had to come down. So that's the reason I think. But the Knicks have got to realize now that it's best for both sides. He's a CAA rep client. They want the best for him. Sam Rose, Leon Rose's son, does rep Obi. So yeah. We have Chris Haynes reporting via NBA Central. Says Damian Lillard is still considering his future with seriousness for the first time. I think this year is probably the most serious that Dame has thought about it. So that's no surprise. I think we're going to continue to hear that with Dame. He's putting pressure. It's just another way of putting pressure on the organization. As I mentioned earlier, the New York Knicks and the Clippers have had discussions regarding a Paul George trade, confirmed per Ian Begley, SNY, New York. So, but then we hear some other reports after that saying that the New York Knicks are now feeling hesitant regarding the health and the likely big, hefty, expensive extension that Paul George is going to ask for as well after his final year. He has one more year to run, then he's extension eligible. So I think that's playing a big factor. So who's up next on the clock? Right, the pick is in. The Detroit Pistons. Who do they go with? Salute to the whole chat. Keep rocking along. Give us your thoughts, questions, anything, man. We shout you out. We watch to see what happens. This first round, we know sort of how it's going to play out until it gets outside of the lottery. Then I think we might hear some buzz, hopefully, for the New York Knicks. What do I think about the Paul George situation? Yeah, kind of like the front office, man. I'm torn because he's 33. He could really, really help this team. but the contract, the length, what do you got to give up? It's got to probably, you would think, cost RJ Barrett. Uh, got to cost maybe Emmanuel quickly, Obi, some picks. I mean, the Clippers ain't blowing that up unless they're getting something that they can really sell their fan base on. So that's one of the reasons. We have Ian Begley tweet out an appearance on NBA TV from Barclays. Knicks fan Fat Joe offered some strong New York Knicks takes, saying Quickly should get more minutes and Toppin would thrive on any other team. He also says New York still needs a superstar. Salute Ryan in the building. George reminds me of McGrady. He'll play 2 quarters for the Knicks, dazzle for a second, then go down. Make me nervous. Yeah. Yeah, we have that tendency, man, to pick up guys that maybe a couple years past their prime. Like I said, man, PG is an awesome guy in the league in terms of archetype that could help this team. But again, it's just like maybe a couple years too late in terms of what you got to give up. But I tell you what, if the trade's solid, I wouldn't mind it. Really, I think he can help this team for a couple years at least, play at a high level. So we have the Pistons select Osar Thompson. That's right, with the 5th selection. Congrats to the 2 Thompson twins now. We had Amen go 4th to the Rockets. And Osar now 5th to the Pistons. And of course we had Wemby, Brandon Miller, and Scoot go 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, not a lot of changes. GM, what do you think? When do I think we'll make that move, and what team is ready to trade with us? That's a great question. I think a lot of reports, you got to sort of look at the credible guys. Geraldine and Ian Begley doesn't put things out unless it's solid. So today the latest we are talking to the Clippers. So I think I won't be shocked if we do end up getting a deal done. There's serious consideration in the Clip Town to blow that thing up, or not blow it up, but separate Kawhi with PG. So I could see those 2 sides continue to negotiate. We know that wing spot. I have heard, and you could take this with a grain of salt, but I have heard that RJ Barrett, is more than likely that guy that's going to make way for that upgrade if the team's trying to make a starting player upgrade. PG, Zach LaVine, those kind of guys. Tom Thibodeau ain't the biggest fan of RJ Barrett. He's even less of a fan of Obi Toppin, but he's not the biggest fan of RJ Barrett. Now, Tibbs doesn't have all the say in this matter. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about how Leon Rose feels about RJ. But we know RJ wasn't a selection of Leon Rose. He wasn't not part of this regime, this front office organization's regime. So he was a previous regime. Confirmed reports were RJ was in the Donovan Mitchell final proposal as well. So, RJ Barrett, beloved by the fan base, polarized by many, had a great playoff series, definitely raised his stock. You got to give to get. So I don't think it's a full reflection that this club is like out on RJ or anything like that. If there's no deal to be made, I think they're more than happy to proceed another year with RJ. But like I said, if you're trying to make a bigger upgrade, you're trying to bring in another all-star, a 1B, a 1A, that kind of move, Julius Randle's more difficult to trade. I feel that's the fact, right? Julius Randle's up and down play with his contract is more of a difficult trade, whereas RJ Barrett is more of an easier trade. A younger player on a reasonably friendly deal, showed himself to improve in the playoffs as well. So with that said, yeah, Geraldine, I said the Clippers, and I think the Bulls. Uh, the Bulls are a team that are really talking to teams, like approaching teams about Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan as well. So I could feel no doubt the Knicks and the Bulls have had discussions over the phone. So the Clippers, the Bulls, I think Minnesota as well. We don't know how serious they're going to be looking at blowing up the front court. Naz Reid, they don't have the money to try to sign him. They're going to lose him for nothing if they don't make way for someone. Rudy Gobert, they just traded for, so that they can't do nothing with that. I think Karl Anthony Towns is the biggest likeliness to be up on the block. I don't think the Pelicans, the move with Zion and the Knicks, I don't see that happening. I'll be surprised. But yeah, I think Washington's been pretty active already. Kyle Kuzma is now a free agent as well. So the Clippers and the Bulls. Let's look out for that, man. What are you thinking? Salute J Drag, we need a real center, period. Offensive-minded center, I agree with you on that. We know what Mitch brings defensively. Salute. Mitchell Robinson is on a really good contract. The 7th pick is in. Anthony Black goes number 7. Salute. Number 6, I believe. Sorry, not 7. Yep, selection number 6, Anthony Black. Salute, Anthony Black. Good pickup for the Magic. Yeah, Jay, with that center situation, yeah, the Knicks will be looking at bigger fish. You know, they like Mitch. Like I said, especially Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau loves Mitchell Robinson, Leon Rose, Scott Perry. We know was the connection with Mitch. Mitch has been up and down in terms of content with his role on the team, but he's under contract, under a really good contract, descending, and are really, really valuable. So I don't see Mitchell Robinson going out unless it's that blockbuster deal for a Carl, for an Embiid, for somebody like that, fam. I don't even think they'll make a lesser move like a Nurkic or an Ayton. I think Mitch is staying until it's a bigger deal. But that's just my thoughts. You know, I feel like the brass is very high on Mitch. What's good, AP? It's going to be like last year with the Knicks to do absolutely nothing in this draft. Supposedly it's deep, and this would be the draft when they don't have our pick. Going to be a lame night. Let's hope it's not, man. But I certainly don't blame you for feeling, a bit down about not having any pick. We're watching the draft. We're watching teams pick up some talent. As we know, the Knicks traded their 23rd pick eventually for Josh Hart. So the Knicks have got to get that deal done to retain Josh Hart. Going ahead, he helped the Knicks get to the second round. Improved his stock. And all indications point to the Knicks are going to re-sign Josh Hart next season. He's a great regular season player, but we need shooting. So let's hope the Knicks can trade into the late first round or second round and pick up a wing, pick up some shooting. We need some shooting and guys that can shoot off movement, pulling up off the dribble and movement as well, not just catch and shoot. New Yorker says, I want Kelsey with 26 pick from Indy for Obi. Yep. Nice. I appreciate that. So, yeah, Indiana did trade, I think, one of those picks. But I do think they've still got the 26th pick. I think they traded 29. Yeah. I love Taylor Hendricks as well. Yep. With that Mavs pick, looks like that's going to happen. Yep. Best available, we got Grady Dick still available. Bryce, Keontae, Chris Murray. Yep, Kobe. Can't really see Cat coming here. Him and Tibbs don't get along. Yep, when he was in Mini. And even if we get Paul George, Tibbs is not the coach. to get us the chip. Yeah, I do think Tibbs has bought himself some time, but yeah, I know your thoughts about Tibbs for sure. Uh, I think he has another playoff series in him. Let's say if the playoff series, if we upgrade our roster and Tibbs doesn't get us further past the second round, then I think the clock is really going to start on Tibbs. But I do think he at least bought himself one more year. Let's see. JD's in the building. Salute. Does it really have to be a blockbuster for Mitch? We need offensive production. Not much. We're so close. I don't think it needs to be a blockbuster, but I'm just sort of feeling like the front office loves Mitch a lot, and I don't see them making that move. Yeah. So we do have a trade. Well, no, Indiana was in the seventh selection, selecting Koulibaly. Great pick. Great pick. Let's see. I'll start refreshing my feed. Also shouting out the chat. Let's go. Let's see what happens tonight. So much going on. Do the Portland Trailblazers finally decide to trade Dame? He's got to request that trade. You don't want to be the front office or the GM that trades Dame without him saying I want to be traded. You know, otherwise the pitchforks and knives are going to be out. The debate between Brandon Miller or Scoot Henderson. What do you guys think about that? Charlotte going with Miller over Scoot. Obviously backing LaMelo Ball to come back healthy. Maybe they evaluated the fit with LaMelo and Scoot next to each other. Yeah, I agree with you, AP, man. Big year for Tibbs. If he flops, it could be a wrap. Let's see. Obviously, there's big expectations now, man. You don't win 47 games and not have more expectations the next year for Tom Thibodeau. You know, especially with Josh Hart to start the year, presumably, and maybe a starting player upgrade as well. So, with that said, the Knicks are probably expected to win 47, 50 games. I would expect the Vegas over under to be around the 47 mark again, depending on roster upgrades, etc. But yeah, if Coach Tibbs comes out slow and we don't start as well, let's see. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, Mitchell Robinson, the most tenured guy on the team. Yeah, that's crazy too. Yeah, it won't be long before him and Jalen Brunson and Julius. Like I said, I do think RJ Barrett, if I had to guess, this isn't necessarily what I want to do, but if I had to guess, RJ Barrett is going to be that first player outgoing in a deal to bring in a bigger player, a bigger star for many factors. The salary, you need $25 million in salary outgoing to welcome in, another max salary, but also the fit. Also, I think Julius Randle is a difficult trade for the front office. Yeah. Yeah. So Darren also, gives us the info. Appreciate you. So that trade, with Indy, the Washington Wizards looks like got that pick. Yep. As Woj confirms. Yep. The Pacers are trading Koulibaly to the Wiz. So excellent maneuver for the Wiz getting up. I'll see what the deal finally looks like. But yeah, it looks like the Wiz jumped up to get that seventh pick in order to get Koulibaly as well. So they've got Tyus Jones, they've got Jordan Poole. Yep. Yeah, our good friend Pat the Rat, man. Keep an eye on Pat. He's all over the place. He wants to make a big move, a big splash. With Perry, Geraldine, we haven't officially replaced Perry. No, that's a great point. I assume that it's Gerson Rosas, the one doing the interim work on the phones. Mark Berman told us, he was already on the phones handling the Donovan Mitchell conversations way back with Danny Ainge. So yeah, I think Gerson Rosas, I would call him the unofficial GM right now, but we haven't officially appointed a GM. So maybe we do intend to, but maybe we just have Gerson Rosas handling the calls. I mean, he is an experienced guy. He was a president of basketball operations with Minnesota. So he is competent, he is capable. Uh, but yeah, yeah. What do you guys think of that move with the Wiz? Losing KP, trading away Bradley Beal, turning CP3 into Jordan Poole, getting Tyus Jones basically for KP, making their roster younger. I mean, I see the pathway they're trying to go. They're getting some picks. They got Koulibaly now, a younger Tyus Jones who can showcase himself, play starting minutes, and they also got a Jordan Poole who we know likes to dominate the rock. Man, he can get up all the shots and some. The Pacers are now targeting Walker, Jerace Walker, with the 8th overall. Yep, says Woj. So, yep, looks like that was the transaction. Yeah, Wiz were in the 8th spot, so it looks like they just swapped a spot. Yep, Jerace Walker. There we go. So the Pacers do get their young man, the power forward. What does that mean for the possible Obi deal? I was hoping we could find ourselves a trade partner with Indiana, maybe to get one of these later picks, send them Obi, but they've picked up Jerace Walker, the power forward, with the 8th pick after trading the 7th pick to Washington. A lot of movement, fam, already. We continue to wait to see if there's any legs to the Paul George discussions. Um, I will take this opportunity to say, don't listen to every single report. It's sometimes in between, sometimes outdated information, sometimes twisted, all of those things. A lot of clubs have conversations. That's all it is sometimes. It's just feeling out, it's discussions, things like that. You got to pick up the phone and speak to the other GMs to see what's on offer. But by latest reports, the Knicks are still hesitant. Um, what I sort of probably assumed that the Clippers were open to trading Paul George, but set a very, very high asking price for him. The New York Knicks said, "Oh, look, okay, PG's available. What are you asking for?" And the Clippers probably said, "We want RJ, we want Grimes, we want multiple unprotected picks, we want quickly," and that's where the Knicks probably backed the heck up um, after that. So that's what I'm sort of reading into it. So we heard the initial interest in Paul George. They probably had a nitty-gritty conversation about what the Clippers would expect, and Leo Rose maybe didn't like the asking price. So they may have leaked that there was some concerns about PG's health and all of that stuff, man. Keep the buzz coming. Um, Yeah, let's give Denver some props, Geraldine. Organization, top to bottom as well. They were patient. One, they stuck with their coach, Michael Malone. They suffered, the injury with Jamal Murray. They stuck with it. They found great drafting with the Joker. All of those things, man. Um, yeah, and they fully deserve their championship as well. Um, building through the draft, Jamal Murray, yep, was built through the draft. All of that good stuff. Just hold me down Yeah, we back. Yeah, shouting out the chat, following along. Let's see if there's any other trades as we refresh. Yeah, we here. We here, Geraldine. Um, yeah, appreciate your thoughts about Denver as well. Yeah, I mean, first championship though, well overdue. But the Knicks haven't won their championship in 50 years, so the clock's ticking, man. Patience is a big thing. Um, yeah, I like Chris Murray. I like Taylor Hendricks. A lot of wings. Um, I like Cason Wallace. Um, Grady Dick, I think, is the next available player. Has he gone yet? Yep, we had Wembanyama obviously go one. Now we're hearing reports are, in the coming previous days, we've heard that the Toronto Raptors are being frustrating some teams to deal with. It seems like they're completely undecided. Uh, Pascal Siakam wants to stay over there. Fred VanVleet quite possibly wants to stay, but something's got to give. Toronto underachieved, and I think Toronto Raptors do need to consider at least trading somebody out of OG, Pascal, or Fred. I think Gary Trent is probably gonna be gone, but Scotty Barnes is the building block. I think at this stage. Um, Shams confirms Utah selecting Taylor Hendricks at 9. So that's a great pickup, man. The Utah Jazz continue to get young, continue to get talent. Um, yep. Washington Wizards, yep, finalizing that deal, obviously, as well, with CP3 for Jordan Poole. Great move for the Warriors. I think that makes a lot of sense uh, for the Golden State Warriors. They're in title contention mode. Jordan Poole was kind of too ball dominant. I know CP3 is ball dominant, but yeah, they're kind of consolidated. Um, so yeah, we're close to being halfway through the first round. We haven't heard anything Knicks related yet. Um, Obviously, you get more likely as we get later into the first round, but I think the Knicks will at least explore buying a second round pick if there's a player there that they like. Um, if there isn't a player there that they like, they'll wait for the undrafted free agent signings. Um, yeah, yeah, they'll wait for the free agent undrafted signings. Which last year we tried to get John Montero, but we did sign him, but we couldn't negotiate a buyout with his Spanish club, unfortunately, because he went undrafted. He had an NBA out clause, but only if he got drafted. Now, the Knicks couldn't negotiate. John Montero is having a really fine season in the ACB in Spain. That would have been a really good pickup, undrafted signing last year that we missed out on as well. But I don't know if we're going to try to get him. Rokas Jokibitis just won the title with Barcelona in Spain as well. The Knicks do fully have his rights. They could negotiate a deal and get him to the NBA whenever he feels like it, whenever he's ready. Um, yeah. So I think the Knicks do need a backup point guard if Quickly's going to be going to be out soon at some point. A lot of teams are asking for Emmanuel Quickly. So um, yeah, I think Quickly's more than likely going to stay this year if there isn't a big blockbuster deal. But I think Quickly, Barrett, Obi are the likely players to make way for a bigger upgrade. I I gave you my thoughts on as Utah select Taylor Hendricks coming up. I gave you my thoughts on PG, Paul George. I think it would really help this team, but there is concerns, over his age. He's only 30. He's 33. I think he can only give us a few more years at a really high level with his salary. That's going to be risky. Zach LaVine, less riskier, probably going to be cheaper as well. So, I don't love the move either. I'm not a huge fan of Zach LaVine either, but depends which side of the fence you sit on, man. Do you think the Knicks just need to make that upgrade now, or are you okay being more patient? You know, Donovan Mitchell in 2 years' time is more than likely going to try to become a New York Knick, I feel. Um, I do feel like the Knicks can still make that upgrade at the center spot as well. You know, Mitchell Robinson, great defensively, but we need offensive help. Again, I'm torn with Karl Anthony Towns. That contract's not good. Um, Tom Thibodeau also has a front view seat of what Karl Anthony Towns is all about. And I think, you know, if he's definitely going to feel like he can either help us or he's going to be a hindrance. Um, Killer, what's good? Salute. Utah are doing their thing, rebuilding and staying in contention. Staying relevant, I would say, yeah. But I think there's reports now Colin Sexton is available. Colin Sexton's on the block. But yeah, they hit a home run with getting in Larry Markkinen, the most improved player as well. As we get closer to the Mavs pick on the clock. Grady Dick's on there. Yep. Bryce is on the board. It's going to be painful, man. Who would have thought, man? We should have had this draft pick. You know, it is what it is now. But yeah, who would have thought a team with Luka, with Kyrie, all of that, found themselves in the top 10? Yep, absolutely agree. New Yorker Mavs suck for tanking, man. Yep, without any real penalties too, as well. Yep, like New Yorkers hits on. We could have selected Taylor Hendricks. Well, hopefully we could have if he didn't go 9. We had the 10th spot. I'll refresh the feed, but Darren holding us down also. The best chat in the biz. Looks like we could have another trade. Yep. Again, I do feel like the Knicks will end up with a second round pick, possibly. But the Mavs are trading number 10 and Davis Bertans to the Thunder for number 12. Yep. Okay. Yep. So OKC are getting into 10 to get Cason Wallace. And then Dallas gets Oklahoma's selection, which is 12, and a traded player exception as part of the trade, along with Davis Bertans. So Dallas passes up the opportunity to get Cason Wallace. Maybe some health concerns with Cason. I'm a big fan of his. What do you guys think of that transaction? Right, we know Dallas is sort of in a conundrum with depth. So let's see what they do with the 12th selection. They get the 12th selection. That doesn't mean they're going to make it. As well, man, this thing's starting to buzz. The engine's warming up with all of these moves right now. Let's see. Let's see if the Knicks can get into the first round, right? If you put a gun to my head and I had to make a decision, a guess, I think Obi Toppin is part of a trade, most likely tonight or in the coming days or week. Now with the draft tonight, it's more likely we're going to try to get into the draft if we're trading Obi. But let's see. Yeah, we got the notifications on. We got the chat. Let's get it. Yeah, big movements. Chris Murray's still on the board. He's a good fit. Nick Smith, Jet Howard. As you see the best available talent on screen. But yeah, that doesn't shock me. The fact that the Mavs traded that pick, they're kind of playing with house money. You know, we know, man, they tanked to get that pick. They weren't expected to have the 10th pick. But yeah, there's been a lot of maneuvering. So OKC get Cason Wallace with the 10th pick with Davis Bertans, and the Mavs end up with the 12th selection now. So we wait to get to that 12th selection, man, see what's up. With that, let's go. Yep. Now the Cavs have put Jarrett Allen on the block, looking like they're try to get a guy, maybe a Christian Wood and someone else, or another upgrade. That's interesting. They obviously really believe in the young Evan Mobley still. Had an underwhelming playoffs, but so did Jarrett Allen, man. He got dominated by Mitch. Mitch, please. As Silver announces the trade, the crowd goes nuts. Yeah, again, a bit delayed. They always announce these trades delayed. Obviously, Woj Shams all over it. At least they ain't waiting too long. Yep. The 10th pick. Yep. So OKC love themselves some Case and Wallace. Something's got to give with OKC, man, because yeah, it's a matter of continuing to stack young talent. Let's see what they do. Um, Case and Wallace now. They got obviously the Jalen Williams. Yep. And then the Dallas Mavericks will get the 12th selection. Let's see what they do with that. New Yorker hits maybe I'll take Kelsey with the 26th pick for Obi. Geraldine says maybe we can find that diamond in the rough in the second round if we get that trade partner. Or even just buying a pick. You're like, we got cash. You could buy a second round pick, fam. But also, as we get past like the 40th selection, a lot of players don't want to go randomly to any specific market. They might want to go undrafted so that the team, the agent, has set it up that the New York Knicks are going to sign him or whatever. So let's see. Your team's getting busy. Good question, Killer, about Miles Bridges. There's talks that he's met with the Charlotte Hornets again and spoken with them, and looks like I think they're going to get a deal done. I think he's going to stay in Charlotte, if I had to guess, fam. But yeah, it looks like I think legally he's been resolved. He's been cleared cleared of those accusations, and it's a situation where he might be able to hopefully get back to his playing career as well. A very, very promising playing career also. But yeah, I'm not 100% across the legal updates with Miles Bridges, but I do think everything's clear for him to rejoin the NBA. Yeah, man, did the Knicks miss out on that in terms of the ability to draft him? The Magic, the OKC, the Houston Rockets, the Wizards, so many teams young in the league, stacking young talent right now. The Knicks have chosen their direction. They're going all in. Um, they're going all in, man. Now, if we get a pick, it's probably just to sit him out and develop him for a bit. Use the G League, sit on the end of bench and learn the ropes. But with Obi on a cheaper contract, you do need, as the salary cap issues come to a head, and the Knicks do need to start looking at having cheaper talent. It's important to still continue to draft players, have them on rookie contracts, so that we can continue to not be paying too much tax. Um, But yeah, I think Leon Rose is going to get busy, right? We are talking to the Clippers for Paul George. I think we will be talking to the Bulls for Zach LaVine. We haven't really heard anything about Karl Anthony Towns or Minnesota. Could that be a real sign that Tom Thibodeau, the front office, Gerson Rosas, they know him well? That could be a sign that we're just not looking that direction. Mitchell Robinson offers a lot of elite rim protection and rebounding. Maybe we just upgrade the wing with shooting, and we wait another year, with the Karl Anthony Towns thing. Maybe Karl Anthony Towns' asking price is too high. Maybe Minnesota asking for too much. We saw what Bradley Beal was traded for, a player on an undesirable contract. He was traded for peanuts. uh, didn't even get a first round pick back for Bradley Beal. Um, yeah. Ryan says, yeah, he's a Gumby bear. I'll be legit sad if the Knicks get him. I tell you what, a lot of fan bases, if you asked people 2 years ago, they would have been like, yeah, Cat's a big upgrade. Now, a lot of people are like, yeah, stay away kind of thing. Um, yeah, with that, I don't blame them because, we did make the second round, and you know, it's a case of what move is going to get us closer. We got to get to that next level stuff. Has Karl Anthony Towns helped elevate Minnesota? You know, Legit questions about that. We have a pick in. Yep, the Orlando Magic select Jet Howard. Yep, that's a fit pick for Orlando. Orlando have a lot of young talent at the guard spot, absolutely stacked at that guard spot with Suggs, with Fultz, with Cole Anthony. They got Franz Wagner they can build with. I think they got Wendell Carter, uh, Paolo Banchero, of course. So they're starting to really find their nucleus, their mold. Orlando Magic fans got to be excited about their chances, maybe competing for the play-in, maybe looking to make the playoffs this year. Orlando Magic got a young nucleus now. They add Jet Howard with that selection from Michigan, another guard. So that's interesting. Yeah, I agree with you, Geraldine. I think the Cat move is probably less likely. We're hearing news about PG, Zach LaVine, that they're really looking at that wing spot for shooting right now. It's all about the shooting, stretching the floor. And like I said, I don't think any legit conversations have been had about Julius Randle. I think, that trade is very, very difficult. Um, there are probably some fans that would prefer Zion over Randle in terms of positional fit. But Zion's shooting is another question mark too. Julius Randle can at least hit the three ball, but did play through the injury through the playoffs. I think that definitely affected Julius. Outstanding regular season guy, has his moments, gets frustrated. But as long as Julius can buy into a role that he could be maybe the third option on a championship team, I think things could work. If he wants to be the second or the first option, that's when things are going to get interesting. I don't think the Knicks can win a championship with Julius as the second or first option. He's got to be the third or fourth option, ideally. We also had news that Chris Middleton opted out. Chris Middleton opted out of his big deal, $40 million deal with the Milwaukee Bucks. Man, he's going to test the market as well. So, did the Knicks inquire? Does he speak to the Knicks, meet with the Knicks, possibly? I think we could free up $40 million, $35 million, and get something done. But Chris Middleton is also aging with some injury concerns, but would be a huge upgrade for the wing spot, for the two spot, length, defensively, championship experience, all of that. As Killer points out, yeah, Cat can play the power forward center, a little bit of a versatility. And Darren says Dallas selecting Blake Lively with the top 12 selection. Yeah, as we continue out here, continue buzzing, shouting out the chat, following along with the draft. What's good, Bronx roots? The Knicks aren't going to do a damn thing. The draft teams don't want anything the Knicks have. Thanks a lot, Leon Rose. Man, I hope we can make something of this night. There's a lot of options for the Knicks. But in terms of the draft, I do expect most likely now it's going to be a second round option, buying a second round pick or a smaller trade. Teams calling up us for Deuce McBride. I know Tibbs loves Deuce, but let's see if there's a player they really like. I think they're going to make a swing. Yep. Salute to the best chat in the biz. Let's go. Geraldine says, I'm a very positive person. I'm hoping for the best, but I feel that we won't, that we want to have a trade partner and we pick that player that didn't get drafted. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, we have to help ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, we have to help ourselves for sure, man. We have to be smart with this situation. The Knicks have got a big front office, you know. It can get messy in terms of making conversations with other teams as well. Like I said, we don't have an official GM yet. I really do think it's probably Gerson Rosas. Yep. Yeah, we've done last year, you know, we made way for Jalen Brunson. We didn't make no selection. So let's see. It may not be anything to do with the draft. We might make a transaction tonight, but it may not be draft related. It might be a big trade. But tonight basically just kicks off the off season for the Knicks, you know. Free agency is next week. Also tomorrow night we'll be doing a full live stream, a recap of tonight, all the transactions. We'll have a big guest on. EJ is back tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. We'll be doing another show, 5:30 p.m., a recap of tonight, as tonight's a reaction show live as well. Refreshing the feed to see what's up. What's good, N. Brian, if they only use their picks from last year. Last year was a sort of a situation that was frustrating at the time because, you know, we didn't know what the aim was, but they did clear some space to get Jalen Brunson. But yeah, we haven't been welcoming in any young talent for 2 years now. Obi's deal is expiring. Quickly's deal's about to expire. Looks like they're trying to push all their chips in the middle now and go full vet. But yeah, Blake Lively to Dallas with the 12th selection. Friend of the show, Rafael Barlow, NBA Big Board, says Dallas getting Lively is perfect. He fills so many needs for the Mavs that struggled on D, rebounding and protecting the rim. Another beat reporter for Dallas, Mike Basic, says, I think Dwight Powell is playing 30 minutes again at center for the Mavs next year. Yeah, taking Jet Howard over Grady Dick for your wing shooter is something. Ian Begley reports some with Dallas felt that Lively reminded them of a defensive player of the year and NBA champion Tyson Chandler. Mavs move back to land their guy. Yeah, the Athletic is reported Lively to 12 to Dallas. So yeah, we relive that all over again. Frustrations with the Knicks not getting that 10th pick. That would have been our position to get wings. But it didn't happen. It didn't play out. Yep. What's good, Buzzer? Salute. Let's get it. What are you hoping for tonight? What do you want to see? A lot of talks going on with the Knicks looking at the wing spot. Again, from what I've heard, some people I've spoken with, is that Tom Thibodeau's not the biggest fan of RJ Barrett, but we know he's not a selection from this regime also. So I haven't heard what the front office truly feels about RJ, but to make that upgrade, I think Barrett is most likely because of the salary to get moved if and when that move was to happen. Um, Also, like Bronx hits on again, man. Jalen Williams from Santa Clara, great rookie year. Really would have been a great fit last year. Really handles the rock as well. Can spot up, can play make and shoot as well. He's going to be a stud as well. But yeah, look, last year was tricky. As OKC make the selection for Dallas. Yep, Blake. Or Derek Lively, I'm sorry. Yep. Um, yeah, we missed on we definitely missed on that one, you know. I mean, he's had some solid selections and he's had some whiffs also. But what do we turn quickly into? What do we turn Obi into? Right? They've been solid players or quickly's been super solid. But if they don't turn him into something and they lose him, then that pick goes by the wayside also. So yeah, it's one thing to make the pick, but you got to manage the asset properly as well. So Quentin Grimes does seem to be their guy. I think they're definitely going to extend him when he's ready. They're going to sign him, but I do think that quickly or Obi, RJ, those kind of players might be on other teams coming up. N chimes in, says I think the best option would have been to draft some players. Otherwise, it wouldn't hurt as much to lose IQ, Grimes, or other young players. We would have had guys behind those players, yeah, ready to come through. Yeah, in a alternate world, if we had a guy like a Kenny Atkinson in a front office like Washington has right now, OKC has, those guys really believe in a full refresh building through the draft as well. But the philosophy for this club's been set now with Tom Thibodeau, Leon Rose from the agent world. He was brought in to try to bring in established players now. I think that's the direction now. Definitely, I feel some fans I understand why they're frustrated, but we made the second round, and we are getting closer to being an established winning team. Uh, can they replicate it again? Is going to be big. Like I said, I think Tom Thibodeau bought himself one more year. Let's see. Um, with that said, yeah, I think I know how certain fans feel. The Knicks haven't really done it properly through the draft, right? We missed out on guys like Jamal Murray in that Melo trade. We've seen so many dudes. We whiffed on Joker. We whiffed on Mikal Bridges. We whiffed on Miles Bridges. Um, we were searching for that point guard forever. We got one, but we've been searching for that wing forever also. So I think that's the club's next focus. Um, that's the next focus. Hopefully we can find a diamond in the second round. Um, I think that's why it's no surprise they're looking at Levine, and they're also looking at um, PG. Those kind of guys. Um, so yeah, teams making moves, man. We got free agency. If you thought this is wild, man, next week is going to be crazy. The streets are going to be blazing right now in not just the Knicks world, the NBA world. Um, we got the best fan base. We're passionate. We want to make another stride. We want to continue, you know, climbing up the East. I think. What do you guys think of the Boston move? I think it was a solid move. They're going to miss Marcus Smart, but they give up something and add something with a shooting of KP. Um, But yeah, the shooting in the offensive KP, but they lose the defense of Marcus Smart. That's sort of similar to what the Knicks are facing with Mitch. If we did trade Mitch, we're going to lose. We're going to miss a lot of his rebounding, rim protection. I just think out of the kind of the major starting pieces, Mitch is the guy that's easiest to keep because he's only on 15 mil. He's giving you quality starting production on 15 mil. Whereas I'm looking at Julius, I'm looking at RJ, and I'm looking at even in the 2 spot. Any kind of star upgrade you can make it the 2, 3, or the 4 makes more sense, I think, over the 5, unless you're talking about a Joel Embiid asking out. Ryan hits on 3 and D, pause, facts. Yep. Buzzer, you hate it for Obi because he's just, in an ill-fitting system. Yeah, man. Anyone that's played professional sports or ball, we know how much the coach has a say, in your fate. You could show up to practice early, you could hit all your shots, you could do everything you can control. But if the coach don't like you, you're stuck. You're stuck, man. And from what I even heard from someone who, who's around the team yesterday, Tom Thibodeau just is not a fan of Obi. And this is before all that audio leak, all of that outburst situation, came to a head, which was probably part of his frustration. Tom Thibodeau has not been a fan of Obi, was not the right fit. So that's 2 strikes in terms of Leon got Cam Reddish, that wasn't a Tibbs guy, and Leon Rose got drafted Obi Toppin without consulting Tom Thibodeau, or understanding what kind of players he likes. As the next pick is in for the Raps. The Raps select Grady Dick. No surprise, some shooting there. I think they're going to lose Gary Trent. They might lose OG. Grady Dick, kind of one of the best available talents. Sharpshooter from Kansas. Let's see what Toronto do. It could mean nothing. They might be interested in trading him, but because they're in flux right now. Yeah, we tried to get Trey Murphy the third. Remember, we tried to trade up to get Tyrese Maxey. We just won too many games that year as well. But we ended up with Quickly. We made the best out of what situation we had, but that was going back 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Also, we made the second round pick 42, Trevor Keels. What's up with Trevor Keels? That was a bad selection. It's looking like, yeah. So Jonathan Wasserman, one of the best in the biz, says Cam Whitmore's medicals are creating all sorts of worrying. This has come back to haunt teams more often than not. Yep, talking about like a Michael Porter Jr., those kind of guys. So Cam Whitmore, Keontae George, Kobe, Hawkins, Hood Shafino. Yep. One of those guys are guaranteed to be available at 16, which has fallen Utah's way, says Tony Jones, who covers Utah. So, yeah, we said it was a deeper draft. Yeah, guys are going to get some steals. What are the Knicks doing? They're going to try to get in. One thing we know, they don't make a trade just for the sake of making a trade. They'll wait till the player they like is on the clock. Then they'll strike. But they won't make a move unless there's a player that they really like. Yeah. But yeah, that crazy situation in Golden State is going to be crazy with CP3 now, Clay and Steph. Right? They're trying to play 2K. So yeah, frustrating night so far. The Knicks didn't get their 10th pick. Dallas traded down, got Lively, the center, at the 12 spot. OKC got up to 10. Teams making moves. Leon Rose. Is Leon Rose with it right now? Um, yeah, Grady Dick to Toronto now. Salute Bonson, what's good? Buzzer says, how's Randall doing after the surgery? From what I've heard, yeah, he's doing okay. He's resting, recovering, doing his PT therapy. Um, expected to be fully back, fully healthy for off-season training camp. If anything, it might just guarantee Julius gets a bigger rest, fam. He doesn't start his off-season workout regimen early. I think he's going to chill for a bit, get right. Yeah, yeah. New Yorker keeps hitting on the Kelsey. Let's go, Knicks Nation. Yeah, the Marcus Smart buzz was crazy. I like it though. I like teams accepting where their weaknesses are. You know. Yep. You got to give to get. Like I said, if that was no wake up call for any player in the league, for the Celts to trade Marcus Smart, their favorite son, he bleeds green, and they traded him. But can you blame them? They got 2 first-round picks, and they got their stretch 5 as well to work with Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. Imani Bates, yep, I'm with you on that. Salute Ilmatics. And yeah, Kimbo, salute. Imani Bates is a great sleeper. Um, yeah, people got different thoughts. Weak draft, strong draft, deep draft. Every year we know, fam, it's a crapshoot. You look like a genius when the player starts balling out, and then teams also look foolish when they waste the selection. But yeah, the proof is in the work. I think you will start to see players stay in college a little longer because of the name, image, likeness, money. That's going to keep some people's pockets straight. It also gives them a chance to build their stock up. I mean, you come out in the draft early, you end up slipping a bit. You ended up back in some losing teams rotation. Next thing you know, the first 3 years of your NBA career is a wash, like Obi Toppin. Yeah, the money's good. The money's nice, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yep. Jordan Hawkins at number 14, coming in, one of the best available picks. We've got the Pelicans. The pick is in. Darren, salute. Yep. Now, Shams reports now the Mavericks are in active trade talks to use their 17 milli player traded exception now to acquire a player and a current future pick. So, yeah, because of the Dallas trade, they got their pick. Yep. And they got some traded player exception that they're trying to maneuver now. Yep. So let's see, man. Let's see what the Knicks can do. What do you guys think of DeAndre Ayton? Let's see. Another trade to announce. Silver, probably a delayed trade. Yep. Yep. He's just announcing the Thunder trade right now. But yeah. Bronx Roots says trade Randall and Mitch to Phoenix for Ayton. Sign Naz Reid with Toppin backing him up. That tandem can give you 25 and 10 points and rebounds that Randall gave you as well. Yep. Yeah, appreciate your thoughts on that, man. I know you hit us up in the comments as well, talking to Bill Daughtry. That's a trade he proposed also as well for a fit. Um, Definitely, I think that's on the side of tweaking things and making this team more versatile. 100%. I don't see it happening, but I like the Nas Reed. I think that's more likely. Um, Maybe a Mitch trade on his own, but Mitch and Randall is going to be difficult. But yeah, let's see what Phoenix do because I think Aiton is going to have to get traded. Yeah, yeah, Weeds agreeing as well, man. Yeah, staying in school, bettering your craft. Also, just yeah, developing your weaknesses, I guess too. Also, you get a little leg up because you might be 1 year older than all these other players coming out, and then you get drafted ahead of them as well. But the issue that created with that was that player teams, it was in style to draft really, really young guys, 18-year-olds. That was the trend. You know, now it's becoming a little bit more trend. Players staying in college as well. Uh, yeah, Kyrie's still in Dallas. Buzzer. Yep. Free agent. They're hoping to make a deal. They're hoping to get that deal. I don't think they want to lose him for nothing. Uh, but yeah, Geraldine agree with the Randall Mitch thing. I would be open to seeing both of them get moved, but I don't see that happening. I don't see it happening. I think it's less likely. I think the RJ move is more the one that's going to come first. Um, like I said earlier, it may not be a reflection of what they fully feel about RJ. It's just what piece is easiest to move and going to get you something back in return. RJ Barrett kind of has plus trade value or is easy money to absorb. Julius Randle is a bit different with his style of play, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you guys keep hitting us up, shout you out. Let's go. Um, Now we can continue the feed, but you guys can hold me down for a few minutes. I'm just going to duck out, but yeah, don't go nowhere because we'll be back. All right, take a short intermission. Got to make a quick call, but yeah, we'll be back. So hold us down. Keep the Yep, we back. Let's go. Salute. Salute, salute. Um, hmm. Yeah, look, the Hart move, mixed reactions about it. Um, Mixed reactions with the Hart move personally, but yeah, he helped us. He helped us out. This thing. I think it's going to be judged ultimately on moving ahead, not what Josh Hart provided, for the Knicks, but moving ahead. I think it's going to be all about what the Knicks can do with Josh Hart, how much they re-sign him for, all of those things. Um, so Utah's targeting Keontae George with the 16th pick. Um, so that's out there. Yeah. Woj says, yeah, Utah had some convos trading number 9 and 6, but appear to be standing pat. Yep. With Keontae George high on their board at 16. So yeah, there we go. Um, young teams still building with these young pieces. The Knicks are going the other direction, right? We're trying to go all in and trying to stack those veterans up. Um, like I said, with Tom Thibodeau here, that's this team's MO. Um, yeah, looks like we at the pick soon, 17 soon with the Lakers coming in. We've got Chris Murray still on the board, Nick Smith still on the board. Another green room invite, Rayan Rupert, which was more of a sleeper guy, but he's risen up. CD Sissoko as well. Any other prospects available that you guys like? No news about the Knicks yet. No movements about the Knicks. Let's see what happens. Like I said, if they do get in the draft, it's looking very likely that it's either going to be one of these late Indiana picks or second round as well. So I'm not holding my breath at this stage. Um, that is one way to look at it, New Yorker. You know, could the Knicks have gotten a better talent with the 23rd selection than Josh Hart? Josh Hart is a better player than most of these 23rd selections. Now, the issue is they're just going to have to pay him a lot of money as well. We saw, he did help us win some playoff games, and then we lost some playoff games because of Josh Hart as well. Not just because of Josh Hart, but in terms of the skill set, needing more shooting. That's where I want Tom Thibodeau to be better next year. It's got to be about utilizing the players you've got, and making those selections, rotations correct. There was those games where uh, Quentin Grimes was being, sat on the bench because Josh Hart, and Tibbs loves Hart so much. Um, yeah, with Aiton, I like that skill set he provides. Back to the basket, can play down low in the low block, can play inside out. Also got a little hook shot, got a mid-range jump shot also as well. Could we try to find a guy like that who's also maybe another guy who could back up Mitch or share minutes with Mitch? I mean, one thing I was seriously looking at was Isaiah Hartenstein, and the fact that he gives us a little bit different look than Mitch, but kind of, if you think about it, really the same kind of thing. None of them can really pull up and shoot those mid-range jump shots very well, right? None of them got a post game. You know, Ihart's a little bit more versatile, a little bit worse defensively, but again, kind of same kind of guys. We need a backup center that can do something different, can stretch it, can shoot. What do you guys think about Grant Williams? He could be available. Um, a wing power forward kind of guy. He could stretch it a little bit. Also, I don't think they're really looking at OG at this point. I think the asking price is too high, if you ask me. I really think that they've been talking to teams, and if you guys want to know sort of like, oh, why aren't the Knicks mentioned? It's a lot of the time it's because the asking price is too high. Um, Masai Ujiri is very difficult to deal with, very difficult. He's overvaluing his players. That's the reports out there, which we know. The guy probably wants three unprotected picks for OG Anunoby. Like Bradley Beal got traded for no first round picks. But Masai Ujiri wants unprotected picks for OG Anunoby. He probably wants even more for Pascal. So it's like stay away from that. I think the Knicks are going to try to pounce on free agents and guys that we don't have to give up too much for. So Kyle Kuzma could be a situation that we hear about. What do you guys think about Kuz? He's wanting $30 million, but he's available for nothing. Kind of, you don't got to give up anything. So you pick your poison with that. Lynn, salute. What's good? Leon Rose and the rest of the crew got to realize all these chips won't help them win until they actually use them. Scared money don't make no money. Yep. All these picks. Yeah, scared money don't make no money. I think they will be active trying to dangle a few. If we look at Washington, are going to be bad for a few years now. That pick we have with Washington may never convey in the next 3 years. It just keeps falling down the cycle. The Dallas pick also continues to be top 10 protected. We might get that next year if they're better, but the Detroit one's probably not going to convey. The Milwaukee one might convey, but they are very, very weak picks. Yeah, they're weak picks, so I don't think it's gonna really be valuable for the Knicks. So I think they do the picks that other teams value with the Knicks is their own picks, but even then, I don't really see us being bad with Jalen Brunson. Um, if the Knicks have a healthy Jalen Brunson and a healthy Julius Randle, they're going to win 42, 45 games minimum. And so their own picks aren't going to be that good either. So I think they're going to have to make a lot of picks. They're going to have to bundle up 3, 4, 5 of them with pick swaps as well. But top of the tier guys, Giannis, Embiid, some of those guys may never become available. It might be the lesser tier, the Carl Towns, the Levines, the Middletons, those kind of guys. We weren't interested in Bradley Beal. Yep. Uh, yeah, 100% Bonson. Yep, facts. I think a lot of fans feel this too because, like, credit to the Heat, right? They beat the Bucks. They made the finals in the end. They dethroned the Celtics. But the Knicks had the roster to beat the Heat. There's no doubt about it. Coaching played a big key as well. Losing game one, injuries played a key. But if we ran it back and we had a better coach, even last year, we could have gone to the ECF with a better coach, more versatility. You got to learn from his mistakes. Game six, Tibbs made a lot of mistakes in that game as well. I don't know how Brunson was feeling, but he had it going. He was hot. That was the game to play Jalen Brunson 48 minutes. The minute he sat Jalen Brunson, the Heat went on a run. Our 14-point lead evaporated with Deuce McBride and Obi on the floor and no shooting. But the other game, he was happy to play Jalen Brunson 48 minutes. But in a do-or-die elimination game, he sat Jalen Brunson. And then he decided to trap Jimmy Butler at the end, which wasn't a good decision as well. Yeah. Buzzer says Kuz too expensive. He did well this season, but because they weren't trying to win. That's a good way to look at it too. I think kind of buyer beware. I think he fits into our system though better, fam. And in terms of too expensive, I think the price tag for everyone's going up. It's just inflation. You know, Josh Hart's going to be worth 18 milli now. Kyle Kuz is probably 20 mil player. He's going to be worth 28 mil. Like everyone's price is going up. But yeah, I agree with you. His usage this year was high, but I think with the Knicks, if he's the third or fourth option, he would help us a lot. He would probably be a slightly lesser Paul George, but younger, maybe healthier. Um, yeah, yeah, that's the issue too. Yeah, Bronx hits on these picks. When they are protected, it's too much thinking needing to be done. Like I said, now that Washington pick, they're going to be bad for at least 2 or 3 years now. That pick's probably not going to become a first round pick now. So that's one pick we don't probably have anymore now as well. It's the Milwaukee, the Detroit one, and the Dallas one, and our own. So let's see. I know Tom Thibodeau likes OG. Um, so from what I'd heard, yeah, out of order of players Tom Thibodeau is not a fan of, Obi Toppin is at the top. Then RJ Barrett is second. Tom Thibodeau is not the biggest fan of RJ Barrett. Um, that's him. I don't know what Leon Rose thinks. Uh, Julius Randle. Now Tom Thibodeau doesn't feel very positively towards Randle either, but he feels like he could be more selfless with his play. But he does really like Mitchell Robinson and of course, yeah, Jalen Brunson. So let that sort of paints a picture that I think Leon Rose kind of shares similar thoughts to Tibbs in some ways. I think out of the movable guys, I think it's going to be RJ or Randall in the coming years, right? I think Quentin Grimes and we know Jalen Brunson are going to stick, right? Mitchell Robinson probably going to go in a blockbuster deal. His salary is really good to keep, but yeah, it's Barrett, Randall, Obi, possibly quickly. Let's see. We got to recycle those assets. Yeah, dealing with Toronto is a headache. Dealing with Utah is a headache. Dealing with Boston is a headache. There's a lot of headaches. Yeah, a lot of headaches dealing with some of these front office execs as well. Remember, they all envious of the Knicks. They don't want to do Knicks any favors at all. So it's kind of the Knicks against the world. Yeah, in that regard. So we're having a bigger break as the 17th selection, the Lakers on the clock. Let's see what happens. Refreshing the feed, shouting you out. Um, Again, I'll repeat, tomorrow night we've got a big show. Recap, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow night with EJ and another big guest joining us live to recap tonight. Hopefully a big Knicks move. Let's see what happens. A pick, a trade, anything at this point, right? The offseason is officially now. The future is officially now. And I don't think, the club doesn't want to go backwards. They want to go forwards, and they want to win now. I think they got a taste of this thing. Salute David. Honestly, not going to be losing sleep over not getting Beal or Paul George. Those contracts are killers. Yep, won't take us further than the second round. Let's keep building organically and strike when the time is right to trade. Yeah, very, very rational thoughts. Like I shared earlier, man, I think PG would be nice for a few years, would be a really good fit upgrade, but it's risky. What are you needing to trade for him as well? 33 years old, doesn't quite fit the mold. Kind of there's more calculated risks, for example, like Zach LaVine, if you are going to take a risk on him, at least it's a more calculated risk. He's 28, is still in his prime, heading into his prime. Paul George past his prime. Mike says some of the best moves Rose makes are the ones he don't make. We definitely don't need a pick this year. I'm not tripping. Um, I kind of feel in between. Like I feel the importance of continuing to get young talent, But then I understand we're probably not going to play that young talent for at least a year or two. We already have Obi and Deuce not getting minutes as well. So, but then we got to consider Rose and Fournier are leaving us soon as well, probably leaving us soon. So, we do need to recycle what Fournier is providing. Remember, we talk about this roster being unbalanced, but we cannot forget that Evan Fournier was technically supposed to be a part of this team. He was signed to be a shooter. But unfortunately, he was old, past his prime, was a bad signing, doesn't play defense, and Tom Thibodeau didn't want to play him. But skill set wise, he had a spot on this roster as the shooter that we badly need. So we need to swap that out and get a guy who can shoot, who can play, who can defend, and can shoot. Yep. And Jean Montero, the point guard undrafted we signed last year, is in Sevilla in Spain, averaging 17 points a night, lighting it up. So I expect us to at least sign an undrafted guy, like we did. If you look at the workouts, the Knicks did work out a lot of guys are projected to be undrafted. Man, yep. Jalen Hood to the Lakers. Yep, yep. Hood Schifino. Interesting to see what the Lakers do. LeBron's sticking. I think he's going to wait it out for Bronny. I think, Rob Pelinka and the Lakers have done a solid job turning that around. They had so many bad contracts. They still got D'Lo, which they've got to decide, but they had Russ. They got they declined paying Schroeder, then they end up getting him back for cheap as well. So your patience is important. So the Rockets have called the Lakers, Heat, and Warriors at pick 17, 18, 19, but won't tell rival front offices who Houston is targeting with a potential trade up from 20. So guys still liking their targets, trying to trade up big. Yep. Those of you that are fans, Fat Joe seems to think that the Knicks will land a big boy in free agency this offseason. So that's Fat Joe keeping it real, keeping the faith. What classifies as a big boy? Is it going to be Carl Towns? Is it going to be Levine? Someone else? A less calculated risk for me is kind of Chris Middleton, but it's still another risk. So that's another guy that's big time, but again, comes with more question marks as well. Age, was injury prone all last year, right? Do you want to be that guy to give $40 million to somebody who then can't play anymore? And it's Antonio McDyess, Jerome James all over again. I hope not, man. I hope not. We need to learn our lessons. So, yeah, I think that's a situation where we need to learn from the past and keep it moving. We're young. We need to keep it with where we're at. So the thing is, right, Leon Rose does need to pull rank as well. There are certain things Tibbs likes, doesn't like, but Leon Rose is running the show. So, yeah, we need him to be the one to pull rank. We got Derek Whitehead, Pods, Brandon Podsbensky, still available. Cam Whitmore. Well, some talent available. As we said, it was a fairly deeper draft in terms of prospects to develop, but also a lot of wing fits this year, man. We got our point guard. We got a reasonably solid front court. We need the wings. Now, I gave you my thoughts on Julius, right? I won't be shocked if Julius ain't here for our next championship team, you know. I don't think that's no hot take. But if Julius is willing to buy into a role to be the third or the fourth best player, if we made a big upgrade, I could still see us winning. But yeah, Julius is 28, 27, 28, still got maturity to grow with, still got to learn, still some things to grow in. He's only been to 2 playoffs now as well. Um, yeah, with Cam Whitmore, I'm not 100% sure. I think it's related with the legs, man. But he relies a lot on the athleticism, and that's the big thing, man. Once those teams get those medicals, yeah, did you guys check out the latest with Malcolm Brogdon? Brian Windhorst said today his medicals have basically rendered him unplayable right now. Let that sink in. Malcolm Brogdon, that's why that trade fell through. So what a crazy turn of events for Malcolm Brogdon. Prayers up. I hope he's okay. But we know what happens when the body gives way, like Kemba Walker. You just cannot keep up no more. It's a young man's league now. He's had his time. Um, so I agree with the philosophy. We don't necessarily need to go all-star hunting. For example, if we were to get a Naz Reid, we were able to get a Levine or a Naz Reid and a Kuzma. That could get us to the Eastern Conference Finals. Internal player development. You know, RJ Barrett takes a big leap. So it's all how you want to build this thing. If you look at, like Bill Daughtry told us as well, if you look at the Heat, yeah, they have Jimmy, they have Bam. Is the Heat's pick is in? Great pick. Not surprised at all. The Heat select Jaime Jaquez Jr. Really underrated prospect. Really ready-made player. Highly developed as well. He's gonna check into that Heat culture at some point. But yeah, the Knicks just need solid fits as well. The time will come when that big dog will call the Knicks name. But until then, we need to just keep getting better. Sign the right players that complement what we have. Continue winning 50 wins. Continue making the playoffs, and then the guys like a Giannis Embiid, someone on that level, is going to be had. Maybe Donovan Mitchell comes in 2 years also. So I think the front office kind of knows things. Obviously, they know things we don't know. They know Donovan Mitchell really wants to be a New York Knick. So does that play into how far they go? You know, how brazen they get with filling roster spots and trading draft picks, that kind of thing. Young players, all of that. Also, if you do look at the model that Geraldine hit on with Denver, they have young talent, but they selected ready-made talent. Christian Brown was a first round pick for them last year. They knew he was ready-made. He came in and produced year one. So you could be a contender with veteran roster, still pick up young talent, but you just pick up young talent like the Heat just did now. Guys that can step in, contribute 15 minutes right away, especially. So there's Twitter making some jokes about Cam Whitmore's uh, interviewing maybe is the reason he slipped. Uh, Interviews, medicals, all of that stuff. Um, could the Golden State Warriors end up with Cam Whitmore? LA, right? That'd be crazy. I mean, we said the same thing when Denver picked up Michael Porter Jr. Like, he was a top 3 talent in that draft that slipped to 15. as well. So yeah, the risk, scared money don't make no money, as they say, right? If you believe in your medical staff, you'd be like, yeah, I've seen these medicals, right? You guys can pass on him, right? We'll give him 2 years to get his body right, uh, play reduced minutes, rehab, all of those things, and by the time he's 24, he's going to be a killer, kind of thing as well. So, yep, a lot of these organizations, some of them are smart, taking risks, the right level of risks. Uh, you select a raw, lanky 18-year-old that's healthy, that there's no guarantee he's going to turn out into something. Yet Geraldine says, I really think Randall would be okay as that third option. Yeah, he just want to help. It's Tibbs with his 9-man rotation and in-game adjustments. Yeah. Randall got it in him. He just got to be a more team friendly player, like a more selfless player, definitely. And the proof would be if we do get a legit scorer like Levine, would he happily give up some of his isolation play, his touches on the ball? Would he be okay giving it up to Zach Levine? That'll be a big thing. Jay Dragon says, I'm no way an RJ fan, but thank the forces that we didn't get Zion. So many ways it could go, man. The issue with Zion is we know that tantalizing talent is there. You had to pay him super max money, and now he can't play. So you're kind of stuck with a trade situation like Bradley Beal, You're suddenly thinking, do I trade him? If I try to trade him, I don't get any value worth what he's really worth, and you're stuck. At least RJ was trending up, solid, young still, and signed for 25 mil. So it's like you're Gucci either way. His play gets better and better, and he outplays the contract, or his play stays the same, and he's $25 million salary filler for another deal. It's no big deal, I think. So Brandon Podziemski, yep, great prospect. He's off the board now. Yep, for the Warriors. So that's no surprise. So maybe, yeah, the medicals for Cam Whitmore. Yep. Knicks fans clamoring to put some picks together to get a Cam Whitmore. Yeah. Internal development, backing their staff, number 19. Yep. The pick's in. It's Pods. Yep. Yeah, it's about fit too. Yep. So Prezi Salute says, we got to accept players for who they are. We need to get rid of Randall and IQ because they are too ISO heavy. We need to be more run and gun to open up the floor. Yeah, we certainly need to play faster in terms of reading and reacting. The thing that triggers Randall, right? I think he feels like he needs to score a lot. It's at times we can struggle scoring if Brunson is trying to carry the whole load, and then Randall's not hitting shots, then Barrett's still inconsistent. So the problem is we need like guys like Quentin Grimes to really become like a 15 point per game regular scorer. Then I think we might see Randall back off a little bit in terms of isolation heavy. But it's also on the coach. Tom Thibodeau doesn't have offensive schemes, so he trusts the players to read and react. And those players don't do that all the time. So super chat 007 Angelo in the house. Salute. Salute, fam. How you been? Appreciate you. Let's go. Making moves. I'm well. Been working like crazy, eh? Appreciate you, man. Always supporting anyway. I know you're still around watching, rocking out with the streets of buzzin. Um, you said wouldn't surprise me if Leon finds an undrafted 3 and D wing. I hope that'd be music to my ears. Not necessarily undrafted, but a 3 and D wing. Let's see what happens in the late first, second round, right? We're waiting with bated breath, and let's see what happens. I think this club believes in the draft still. I think they got Walt Perrin, who's been around. He's scouting. Trust me, I reported this and I talked about it on the show. Walt Perrin was in Australia this year watching a guy who may be about to be drafted, the French wing Rayan Rupert, who shares Fournier's agent. Um, he was playing in the NBL professionally here and will be a first round pick tonight. Walt Perrin was down under in Australia watching him. So the Knicks scouted guys. They did. Uh, Maybe he's a guy they like. Maybe they're waiting. Let's see. But I think they're going to sign somebody tonight, undrafted or drafted or not. Yeah. So with Cam Whitmore, Woj is saying a lot of the workouts, interviews is an issue. Wasserman is saying it's medicals as well. So that's something to look out for, man. We know how the Michael Porter Jr. things played out. I think the Knicks, also were one of those teams scared to pick up MPJ with the back injury, and we ended up with Kevin Knox. So, but yeah, I'm with you, man. 007. We need that wing. Um, just one of those things. I like Quentin Grimes. I think he could be our future too, but it's a big year for him. Like I said, he got to become consistent. Um, Knowing that they're going to be tempted to get a Zach LaVine, a guy who's established, um, a guy like that. We need a guy like who could produce on the regular as well, shoot, score. Um, yeah, a team like Houston, 100% can take that swing on Whitmore. Yep, they're just basically not just with him, but they're throwing things against the wall to see what happens. Yep, Cam Whitmore at 20 to Houston as well. We went through the CAA clients. Jalen Green out in Houston is a CAA client. He could be someone the Knicks are watching for the future as well. Let's see what happens with the Rockets. James Harden, I predict, is going to end up back in Houston. So, what does the future hold for Jalen Green? Um, at this stage, man, the Knicks might end up picking up Carlton Banks from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. At this stage, man, we're going to pick up someone undrafted, I think. Um, Summer League. We need to fill that Summer League roster. We need to fill out the Exhibit 10 training camp deals. We need to fill in the Westchester roster as well. So yeah, the Knicks were going to get busy tonight, even if it's in the second round or after the draft. I think we're going to sign up some dudes. I think that's one benefit to the draft being deeper is that we could maybe see some players get undrafted that were NBA or roster worthy players, in the draft get undrafted as well. So, but we're waiting. Leon Rose got us waiting. Um, yep, chat giving us their thoughts, rocking out with the situation. I said this recently, but I think the Knicks will still be a top 4, top 3 seed, or can be if they don't make big upgrades. It's all about consistency. Um, Guys are going to learn a lot from being in the playoffs. Quentin Grimes, RJ Barrett, Mitch. I think hopefully Tibbs has learned something about keeping his players, fresher, spreading the load. I think that's going to be key for another successful season. Jalen Brunson can still go to another level, can still go to another gear. I think that's not been spoken of enough. Also, the chemistry with Randall. Um, yeah. So yeah, we do have Cam Whitmore gone. is about to be selected. Um, yep. So ESPN on a break, we're rocking out, and I think yeah, it's a good value selection, man. Big time value. Marty, great question, man. Um, I'm assuming there has been um, a team that go through consecutive drafts without picking anyone. Maybe a championship contender. Um, yeah, is the picks in? The Rockets pick up Whitmore. Um, I'm gonna assume even the last dance, the Bulls. The 95, 96, 97 Chicago Bulls probably didn't need to draft anybody, fam. They were all about Michael Jordan winning chips for days. But there's probably not many. There's 60 picks. Uh, yeah, probably not many. Yeah, Prezi hits on. We got Isaiah Roby. Can't forget about him. Daquan Jeffries, Dwayne Washington, are pretty solid development players to keep. Um, it's just annoying that we keep going 9 man, go 10, spread the load, like what I said. Yeah, yeah. Appreciate you. Glad you think the same. Um, Now, yeah, playoffs are different. I know you cut the rotation. Like I didn't feel like Deuce McBride really. His minutes definitely hurt us in Game 6, which was a shame. But offensively, Deuce is challenged. Defensively, he can hang in any playoff game. But that small run on the road in a hostile environment in Miami, that was something where Deuce was like, yeah, yeah, he was better on the bench, I think. But throughout the regular season, absolutely use these guys, play them when there's 6 minutes remaining and you're up 15. You know, there's 3 minutes remaining, you're up 20. Tom Thibodeau still got Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, Quentin Grimes on the court. Man, it's crazy. Um, and then he ends up stepping on RJ ends up stepping on someone's foot, rolling his ankle. Um, those kind of things. Yeah, it's a 15-man, 17-man roster as well. So there's a lot of things that this coach, this team could do better as well. But we know Tom Thibodeau's MO. He goes full bore leather, hell for leather with the regular season. That needs to change. That definitely needs to change. So continue rocking out again tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Live show recapping tonight, the draft aftermath recap. We got EJ and we got a surprise guest joining us. Tune in, catch it on replay if you can. After 5:30, we'll be going live tomorrow night to recap tonight. Right, there might be some moves later tonight if we end up logging off or going to sleep. There's going to be moves tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of things happen as well. Maybe a big trade go down soon. My feeling is Obi Toppin is going to get traded either tonight or in the coming day or week. That's probably the biggest first move I see happening, man. I think outside of that, it's big game hunting, it's star hunting. Um, I think the Paul George thing has really fizzled out, but the Zach LaVine thing could be real. We haven't heard anything yet with Karl Anthony Towns. Could there be some smoke brewing in New Orleans? Um, you guys tell me your thoughts. Who's the most likely guy you could see us getting? Like the most likely bigger fish? Um, because yeah, these picks, as we hit on earlier, they're not really valuable. These picks we have that are Washington, Detroit, Milwaukee's pick, they're really not that valuable. Um, so yeah, we have some insight about Golden State, right? With Podsmensky, what does that mean for Dante DiVincenzo? So we have the mid-level exception. We're going to sign a dude for 12 million. It's going to help this team with some shooting, maybe some ball handling. I'm high on DiVincenzo, another Villanova guy. He would help this team. I think he's a name to watch. Another way we could go, we could split the mid-level into two halves, $6 million a piece. Sign two solid role players for 6 mil. Wait to see what happens with free agency if the market dries up. Terrence Ross, Torrey Craig, Grayson Allen. I think there's a lot of shooters, a lot of guys becoming free agents, CAA connections. We talked about it on the previous show. New Yorker wants DiVincenzo, also wants OG. Yep. See, the Rockets are having a nice draft, but they're like OKC. Eventually, you're going to have to decide like which pieces are good, who to keep, who not to keep. All of that, fam, as well. You can't just keep drafting and throwing things against the wall to see what sticks. You have to develop, you have to cultivate the players as well. We did not do that with Obi Toppin, unfortunately, you know. College Player of the Year was 8th overall. Now let's see what we can get for him, man. I'll be really frustrated if we trade Obi for a couple of second round picks, you know. Not that I don't think that's what his value is right now. It's just what could have been. It's we had more value with that. You know, you got to know when to cash in the chips too. Like I said earlier, World Wide West at the trade deadline was bugging, wanting the Knicks to, or was bugging Leon to put a high asking price on Obi, so that no one could get the deal done. I think so. So that Obi could stay. He's a big fan of Obi, but now we're sort of waited, and now I think Obi's value is lesser. Um, yeah, Evan Fournier also want to be out of here too. Yep, Geraldine. Get this, his reports, his agents are working with other teams to try to find a new home for him. It ain't that easy, Evan and his agent. It's about, you know, we're trying to save your salary for a blockbuster, I think. But I know he's frustrated too. He wants to play, right? A lot of frustrations in this locker room. Yet 007 hits at Zach LaVine, most likely. We might appeal to Chicago's nostalgia, throwing in D Rose in a deal for his farewell tour. Yep. I was thinking that exact same thing, man. Maybe we still got Joakim Noah on the books. We could give them a farewell tour. Taj Gibson. Uh, yep. Harrison Barnes is another wing to look at. Kyle Kuzma. I think he's a free agent. Um, so yeah, with the Knicks potentially trading the 23rd pick now, it's really becoming obvious which player the Knicks would have ended up with if we didn't make that Josh Hart trade. Now, I'm not angry at the Josh Hart trade at all, but it's definitely going to have some people out here talking about it, like like the Jalen Williams, the Jalen Duran, what could have been situations with that. Um, yeah. Um, yeah. Hopefully the Knicks moves are coming because we're waiting. Second round undrafted guys as well. We're following this draft, but we've got the best fan base still rocking out because it's the NBA draft, you know. We're talking about fits, which players we need to go get. I said the likeliness it's the wing spot with RJ outgoing. if we are trying to make that upgrade. If we are staying patient, I could see us keeping RJ, Randall, Mitch, everyone comes back. We sign Josh Hart, but we sign a mid-level. We bring in another quality wing or shooter with the mid-level as well. That could be a reason we don't waste a draft pick or try to trade into the draft, knowing we might already have a feeling like Dante DiVincenzo is coming, kind of thing as well. I would like us to sign an undrafted center who could shoot. Try to find a backup big man. Like I said, I like Jericho Sims, but Hart provides sort of the similar things that Mitch does. It's too much of a double up. Um, Jericho Sims himself cannot shoot, cannot stretch the floor either. So, I mean, we don't need a draft pick to find a guy, a big man who can maybe shoot some, even if he's a raw kind of prospect. But yeah, Cam Whitmore signing picked up by the Rockets. That's big time. Mike says the first playoffs, Randall had nobody. His point was Elf as well. The second Atlanta squad zeroed in on him last year. He was hurt, played through it. Yeah, I don't think Julius is going anywhere. Like I said, I think the front office, knows finding a trade for Julius is going to be difficult. So I think a guy like RJ is easier to move. So the Brooklyn Nets have their picks. Noah Clowney. Yep. The Knicks, we're still waiting to see what happens. The league's been active with trades. CP3 to the Warriors now. I think the Wizards did okay, getting younger. The Bradley Beal trade is what it is because his contract was tough. But to get Tyus Jones, 35th pick, they got turned CP3 into Jordan Poole. Right. I think the Knicks really like the chemistry. They like the continuity. With that said, 007 says, I think Leon's making small changes around the edges. Is for those teams that are on the cusp for that championship run, like I said, like the 90s Bulls, but we're not that close. Go for that home run first, not the bunt. I think they're stuck between like some dudes they like, man, but dudes that they feel like aren't that good. Like I said, with Levine, with Paul George, man, with Cat, those kind of guys. I think that's what they're feeling like right now. That's another reason to keep drafting, also. But wait for those guys that you think are really going to get you over the edge. Like, do you think Zach Levine is really going to get us over the edge? Sports Truth Salute says still Celtics got no point guard. Yeah, Malcolm Brogdon out of there. Also traded Marcus Smart. Peyton Pritchard might want a new home. He might stay now. That's something to watch. Mike Salute. Yep. Appreciate you. We'll see how the night's going, right? We're not even at the halfway point. The good thing is we know the second round goes faster, man. Some of these intermissions between picks are a little long, I feel, fam. 5 minutes between each pick. Like Hamilton says, man, gives Leon Rose too much time to sleep. Needs to be like that big boardroom where everyone's just going crazy right now and the streets are buzzing. Yep, hits on this one, Sandman. Yeah, we need at least a guy who can give us some shooting at the 5, some spotting up, mid-range, a little hook shot, post-up game, all of that. And even if we're keeping Hartenstein and Mitch, we could find a young prospect who could try, who has that in his game. Let's see. I mentioned earlier, we got to fill the Westchester Knicks. We got to fill our Exhibit 10 deals, all of that. So uh, maybe even they replace Washington and the other guy, um, Daquan Jeffries on the two-way. They might be looking to replace those guys with some undrafted talent. Um, yeah, KP was a great pickup for Boston, 100%. If he continues to stay healthy and produce as well, yep, big things for KP with Boston. I think he landed in a prime spot. Yep. So the 22nd pick is in, and Brooklyn Nets get Noah Clowney, and then they get Derek Whitehead at 22, 21, and 22. Yep. Yep. Yeah, most def. Whether it's jealousy or the Knicks just, yeah, some front offices, it's business still, and some of them get intimidated by the Knicks also, always wanting to get the better end of the Knicks. Now that we're operating more shrewd, more patient, a lot of teams don't like that. A lot of teams don't like that. Like I said, we backed away from the Paul George thing. Uh, we inquired about Toronto, I feel, and Masai Ujiri probably just threw out a ridiculous package as well. Uh, KP is technically a free agent, but I think the trade to Boston might have included him with the verbal agreement to re-sign there. Let's see. But if not, yeah, he's going to be available again in 1 year. Let's see with that. Yeah, Trevor Keels is very movable. Hamilton, very, very movable. I think he was only given a very, very short-term guarantee. Uh, so I think he's going to be moved most likely if or waived. I think. Yeah, the salary is not much. Levine doesn't move the needle for you that much. Hoping that our scouts find a diamond in the rough here. It's happened before with Quickly, Grimes, and Mitch. Yeah, yeah, for real. I think we. Either way, right? It's a gamble. You either, let's say you spend big money on a Paul George or a Levine, it's a gamble. Let's say you stay pat, that's still a gamble. But you're always still in a situation where you might be able to turn RJ, his growth, his development is going to be big. And you could turn his stock into something greater, or he becomes that third option for you on a championship team. So there's multiple ways they could go. I think it won't be the worst thing to wait 1 more year to see how Grimes develops. Then you're gonna know more quickly. Maybe you keep him for another year, and then you could really see, like, are these guys going in the right direction, or are they just stagnating? Um, so that's the pro to sticking with it and just keeping the same core. You get another year to see as well. But then if you wait another year, you have to see what the East does, and then maybe the East catches up as well. So, but yeah, guys like Levine, Bradley Beals, those guys are available every year. There's someone that's a fringe All NBA kind of all-star guy that's available. So yeah, um, we'll take another 60-second intermission, and I'll be back. We back. Let's go. Yeah, like we predicted, man, a lot of value still available. Bronx, GG Jackson, CD Sissoko. Yeah, Chris Murray's brother now headed to Portland. Yep, great value for that late in the first round. A guy again who can come in and can shoot, can produce. Chris Murray. But let's see. What are we going to do with Rokas? Great question, man. I tell you what I think is going to happen. I think we're getting closer to seeing Rokas, explore NBA options in terms of coming with the Knicks because he won the championship this year with Barcelona. If you guys don't know, Rokas's team won the championship, or won the Spanish ACB. They didn't win the Euro League, but they won their actual domestic league. So with that said, he might be like, oh, I could come back for another year, or, I've done everything that I can in Europe now. Now, what's next for me? I want to play in the NBA. So if we really like what he's doing and we look like we could use his help, I think we'll try to bring him in, or we might use him as part of that trade, like you said, as part of an additional throw-in situation. But he's definitely grown, developed as a player. Rokas, he's a great pick and roll player. He's actually like I think he's a 38% shooter from deep. Well, not high volume, but yeah, he can stroke it. He's a solid point guard. He can shoot. So that's big. We did use a second round pick before Deuce McBride, so at least we know we've got that kind of asset still sitting there. Rokas is still going to be used. But let's see. I think we really value Deuce ahead of him still with his NBA experience. But Deuce is being, Deuce is being asked about. So Deuce, teams are interested in Deuce, so that's something worth considering. Yeah, Deuce's playing time, Prezi, is a big key. Like I said, regular season. If there's one thing I want Tom Thibodeau to adjust or adapt to this year is to reduce people's minutes or spread the minutes around. Spread it around, man. Give RJ Barrett more reps on the ball with the bench unit. Try to give Mitchell Robinson some more touches down low. The more happy he is, the more tougher he's going to play defensively. Pass the ball around more. Like I said, take guys off the court when the Knicks are ahead or getting blown out. Play Obi, Deuce more, all of those things. But like Geraldine says, I wouldn't be surprised if Rokas is okay staying in Europe. I mean, he's earning good bread. He's winning championships. He's playing for one of the biggest clubs in Spain still. He's in the spotlight. NBA is still a dream of his. He wants to fulfill that dream one day, but the man's still 21, 22. So I don't think he's feeling like any kind of rush to get stateside and play for Tom Thibodeau, like you said, or maybe not play for Tom Thibodeau. Max Prosper as well with the 24th pick. Great value in the late second round. Geraldine, I saw your question actually. I do, plan to continue streaming. Yep, streaming throughout the second round. Let's see, because we haven't seen any Nick moves yet, so I think something's going to happen. Something's going to happen, and the second round does go a lot faster too, which is great. Speed up the tempo. One move the Knicks could do is, and we have a trade from Woj, which is the Kings are trading Rashawn Holmes, their center or backup center, and the number 24 pick to Dallas. Yep. the Kings opting for $30+ million in cap space is intriguing for them. So that's a move, man. So the Kings, right? They're getting rid of their center, Rashawn Holmes, and the 24th pick to Dallas, who can absorb, I think, his salary. And they're choosing to open up $30 million in cap space. So are they going to try to make a bid for the Kings? Could the Kings try to go for DeAndre Ayton? Could they make a move to try to go for Chris Middleton? The Kings just made themselves a player in free agency. That's interesting, man. What do you guys think about what the Kings are doing? Rashawn Holmes is a pretty big part of what they're doing, man. But on the other side, great fit for Dallas. They need a big man. They drafted Lively, and they're getting Rashawn Holmes and the 24th pick. Olivier Max Prosper. Yep. And another supposed Jarrett Allen suitor is off the board from the Cleveland perspective now that Dallas have fulfilled their big man need. So, yeah, like Hamilton says, could be bye-bye Christian Wood because they've got Rashawn Holmes and Lively and Prosper now. So we kind of knew the Mavs' goal was to kind of fill out their depth, you know. It looks like they're going to get Kyrie. Looks like they're going to be okay paying Kyrie and Luka now that they've got some extra depth now, some draft picks, but they are going to have to play one of these guys, I think, Lively or Prosper. So yeah, for all you guys that feel like the Knicks won't do nothing, I'm really feeling like that could be a serious possibility because we're backed out of the Paul George thing. There's too much concern money-wise, age-wise, health-wise, but also there's the trade deadline next season. There's the opportunity to see how this team looks again, and maybe make that fringe move with the mid-level exception, man. Yep, making some moves. Yep. New York are not high on Lively, but Holmes is good. Waiting on that 26 pick for us. Keep the faith. Yep. I'm waiting, man. I'm waiting. They got me waiting. They got us waiting. But I'll tell you what. I'll say this. You know, the Knicks are in a situation now where we know, compared to so many years past, where you remember that graphic that ESPN had up, where it was Knicks needs, and it was like everything. Now, the Knicks have needs, but it's not everything anymore, finally. So, we are focused on certain areas of wing help, center help, maybe offensively, guys that could shoot, all of those things. So that's big. I think we've got our point guard. We've got enough shooting guards if you want to run it back. Wing help. It's really got to be that serious wing help now. Let's see what we can get. The second round commences shortly, man. We're going to be buzzing as these picks fly off the board. Yeah, I do feel like we're going to do something. But thing is, yeah, man, Dallas stole our 10th pick, but I don't think they're really going anywhere in the West. You guys tell me. Keep it real. With Kyrie, with Luka, Rashawn Holmes, like, that's not moving the needle. That ain't really moving the needle. But maybe Kyrie, maybe the ability to build chemistry, was robbed with them. but I don't see it really working out defensively. Rashawn Holmes is definitely going to help. Um, yeah, play in or the 7 seed. And I do think the West is just that beast right now. Look how good, Sacramento's building. I think Memphis did solid. They knew the Ja Morant thing is going to be an issue. So what did they do? They parted with 2 first-round picks to get a Marcus Smart, knowing that they're going to lose and maybe another dog in Dylan Brooks. So they addressed their need instantly. Like they swapped out dog for dog. The Golden State Warriors loaded up again. The Lakers are going to load up. The Clippers, I'm not surprised they're thinking about what's to come because yeah, can Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, can they stay healthy enough for 70 games, to get them home court in the playoffs? I don't know if that's gonna happen because Marcus Morris doesn't seem to be happy with his role, man. And you know, there's a situation where he was about to get traded in that 3-team deal. Now, I think that deal subsided. Yeah, we're looking for that 3-and-D wing that can shoot, can play make some. Look, I like Deuce McBride, but I don't know. He has his role defensively. He's a specialist. I need to see more from him in terms of being a backup, a playmaking point guard that can set guys up, that can still hit shots. So I still feel like this team could do with someone, coming off the bench, like a campaign or, someone like that who can come in offensively, is confident, can change the pace of the game, get guys set up teammates, all of that. And we're still waiting for that for Deuce McBride. Portland's another unknown. They drafted they did draft what's his name, Scoot. So now what does Dame do? I think there's a real possibility he gets moved now. What's good, Nick Yak? Yeah, don't forget that we did something with this year's pick. We got Hart. Definitely. We've considered all of those things, and I think Hart, the salary, the negotiations is trending towards like 17 mil. If Hart can help us get DiVincenzo to take the mid-level, then we become the Villanova Knicks. And, we build up with hard-nosed dudes. That's not a bad thing. DiVincenzo brings some ball handling and shooting as well. That is a serious possibility. The Knicks too. Kuzma can be had for basically money only now that he's a free agent, but he's going to want 30 mil. So take Rose, take Fournier off the books as well. Maybe if we do need to part with Isaiah Hartenstein, we can free up even more money as well. I like Kuzma's fit. I really think Kuzma can be solid, the solid third option, fourth option offensively, but he's going to take away from Quentin Grimes as well, from RJ Barrett, So are you trading RJ Barrett in another deal? Because if you've got Brunson, Grimes, Barrett, Kuzma, and Randall, there's kind of too many guys, not enough balls to go around, I think. I think this front office knows it needs to consolidate. Because even the way we're constructed, we see RJ Barrett is not getting the touches, that is going to help him take that next level. If you believe RJ Barrett is going to take that next level, he needs more touches also. So if you're adding in another Kuzma, you're adding in a Levine, and you're keeping RJ, I don't know the purpose of that, because you're just taking away his usage, What's good, Bren? Yeah, it's been lackluster so far, but the feeling is kind of that without no draft pick. But I think things are going to really open up in the second round. Let's hope. Let's hope. Um, yeah, Cam was as good as gone until the Miami Heat series. Hart was the steal of the league, steal of the trade deadline, helped us beat Cleveland, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, imagine if we got Bridges one day down the line with DiVincenzo, Bridges, Hart, Brunson. uh, I don't see us getting Brunson, Paul George, and Kuzma. I think Randall would have to go. I think maybe Paul George can play the four or some as well. But it's kind of that risk now. Salaries have got so high, such as KP, Paul George, where it's like, yeah, you're good when you can play. Like you know, you're good when you're productive and you're healthy. But if I'm paying you 30 plus million in a 4 or 5 year deal, we don't know how KP is going to look in 1 year from now, and we don't know how Paul George is going to look 2 years from now. That's the issue. Yeah, Geraldine says I like Hart, but he wasn't the final piece of a chip. If anyone thought we were winning at all after we got Josh Hart, is more foolish than that. Yeah, he's a role player. His true role should be 20 minutes off the bench, really, but we're exacerbating it by playing him 30 plus minutes, really. I think Quentin Grimes should be the real priority if you're thinking about the future for me, because he's supposed to be the next guy who can be like a Bradley Beal, for example, one way offensively, defensively, one way as well, two way. Yep. So that's big. So the Blazers used our pick, the Josh Hart deal, Cam Reddish deal, to get Keegan Murray's twin, Chris Murray. I know I spoke to a lot of Knicks fans that love Chris Murray. So um, he was someone they really, really valued. Now Ben Shepherd off to Indy with the 26th pick. Yeah, that is a pick I hope the Knicks could get, man. But Indy picked up their power forward earlier. So yeah, it's interesting, man. Um, the Knicks end up trading Obi for a couple of second round picks, maybe a future pick. I hope not. I hope we can get more for him, man. Um, Hart's role is awesome. Yeah, he's a good piece. You got to be used correctly too. He can hit the open shot, but late in a playoff game, he's not necessarily the dude that should be playing. Ahead of everybody. Um, but one thing I know, the Knicks value continuity. Like they do believe in that to an extent. So they're not going to make a move just for the sake of making a move. Like they were the fifth seed, but believed that they could be the fifth, fourth seed with Josh Hart for a full season and development as well. So, I mean, for everyone frustrated at Leon Rose that the clock is ticking, he's a kind of a guy who doesn't feel the pressure at this point. Um, I could see him waiting until free agency rather than tonight or next week. Uh, but with that said, Bren's on the money too. With all these draft picks, they're going to come to a head eventually, and we don't have the roster spots to play them. We don't have the playing time to play them. And I think, yeah, we're going to consolidate eventually. It's going to be either Cat, Levine, a bigger name. Um, Maybe we ship some of them out in a sign and trade. Um, it's interesting the fact that, yeah, Chris Middleton is now available. Kuzma is now available for no cap space, for no trade necessary, for just cap space. So that's just another reason why it's always sexy to keep cap space available. Right? You might not need to trade anybody. Um, Yeah, look, Bam Adebayo is a two-way player as well. I love what Mitch brings defensively, rim protection, all of that stuff. But yeah, Bam Adebayo is an all-star. Um, yeah, let's see, the DiVincenzo noise is getting louder and louder, man. Villanova connections. The Knicks have the salary, the spot, the role they can offer. The Warriors just signed who they signed or who they drafted as well. So, yep. So Nick Smith Jr. is off to the Hornets with the 27th pick, I think. So, yep, we got the 28th pick coming up. It's almost in the second round. I think Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum will take over. If we're getting a draft pick, it's going to be announced by Mark Tatum. Step right up. Okay, Woj, number 31, and future second round picks are going to the Pistons. Yep. So the Celtics will get number 31 now in the trade. So Pistons still getting very active, making moves. Leon Rose, what's happening? We know there's not many roster spots. We know there's not many draft picks. So could they be waiting for that trade? Yeah, we'll pick up an undrafted dude, wave. Maybe we'll buy a second rounder if there's a guy we really like. But I think that's going to be between 30 and 40. If a dude gets past 40, I think we're just going to try to make an agreement on him going undrafted. I think that's the best way. Yeah. Yeah, opposing teams know we play 4-on-5 offensively because of Mitch. Yeah, in the playoffs, that's 100%. That's no shade on anyone. That's no lie. That's why I think, like, I'm not saying Mitch has some offensive game, but it's important to keep the defense honest. And at times when the team does sag off Mitch, you got to Randall, Barrett, anyone, Brunson, got to recognize that Mitch is under the bucket, open, for a putback or tip jam. So he's loitering around the rim always, elite offensive rebounder. I think we can squeeze more out of Mitch offensively if we need to. We just got to pass him the ball, but he's not going to shoot a jump shot. We can't expect him to, to throw in a hook shot or nothing like that. Yeah, it's just all about trying to get more versatile. So yeah, the Mavs getting busy. The Pacers are getting Jarris Walker and Ben Shepherd as well. So does that mean Chris Duarte is going to find his way to the Knicks? There's probably no need for Obi right now. So I don't know how the Duarte thing's going to play out. We could do with a Duarte for a depth signing. He shoots, he can dribble, he can play make, 6'5". Wanted to be in New York, like wants to be in this market. It's big for Duarte from Dominican Republic. But I don't see a real need for Obi Toppin in Indiana right now. So let's see. One thing to factor in also is that Leon Rose, his first draft pick ever as the president of the Knicks was Obi Toppin. He's still incredibly invested in this draft pick working out. Like, Leon Rose wants this thing to work. So I won't be surprised if Leon keeps Obi in New York for another year. Just if there's no value for him right now, why not just keep him for another year, make him a restricted free agent and then see what's up? Because a lot can happen in 12 months. His stock could go up, Randall could get traded, anything can happen. So yeah, I agree with anyone saying we should trade Obi. It's time. But that's the other side of the coin. If you keep Obi for another year, you wait and you see what else is playing out. He just becomes a restricted free agent. You're not really losing anything. If you can only get a second round pick for him now, what's going to be the worst thing in 12 more months? You're only going to get a second round pick for him. So his value might be the lowest right now, I think. See, the other teams know the Knicks, aren't in a position of leverage with Obi, unfortunately. So, yeah. What are you guys' thoughts on Obi, by the way? I'm really curious to hear, Everyone's got their different thoughts, you know? Yeah, with that said, I think it was a unfortunate pick for Leon. They weren't in the right sync with Leon and Tibbs. But yeah, let's go. The second round's about to begin. It's been a frustrating but calming first round. Yeah, other teams picking up young talent. Indiana, Houston, and Dallas have really stood out to me. And yeah, Houston, Dallas, Indiana have really stood out in terms of making some moves, shuffling some things, swapping. OKC's always active, also, man. Yeah, Duarte struggled last year. He had the ankle injury also, so I think there's still a good player in there somewhere. Um, yeah, yeah. Obi's value is less than a first round pick, I feel, right now. I mean, if we could swap him for another draft pick or a rotation player, it probably would have been done. Yeah, yeah. Ain't this crazy? 007 says, 3 years waiting for Leon to make a splash, and his splashes are drops in the ocean. Man. Um, well, I mean, obviously Jalen Brunson got us that 1A, 1B kind of guy, 1B, most likely kind of dude. Hasn't done much else, but um, I think his biggest move is coming. Like, it's yet to come. I think he's a little gun shy at the moment, but I think, yeah, he's done the work. He's put in all these draft picks. It's just trading them all for someone. They didn't want to do it for Donovan. They didn't want to part with Quentin Grimes. He's he's getting attached to some of these players quite a lot. Um, yep, yep. Reed and Toppin and a cloud of dust. Yep. Buzzer says give Obi some of Randall's minutes so that he's not fatigued. Obi's a low post guy, so it makes sense to keep Obi. I think we're 100% not using Obi correctly. We're having him shoot three balls on the regular, man. No pick and rolls. His buckets coming from leak outs and all of that. Yeah, I don't think it's going to last too long now, fam. With this recent story of Obi being disgruntled, I think it's a distraction now, fam, for real. Um, but more to the above that is the fact that CAA represent him and represent Randall. So the best that an agent is supposed to get for their client is to get them in a position to get paid. So there's no reason why CAA should want Obi and Randall together. He's They're managed by the same agency, so I think he's good as gone. Um, I bet 80%, 90% Obi's gone by this off season as well. Um, Bryce Sensabaugh going to go to Utah. Looks like, um, which already went. So yeah, looks like we're on the 29th selection now. Okay, Julian Strother. Wow, that's interesting. So we're one more pick, and the first round is done for. Let's go. Second round action. Better late than never if the Knicks can get something done. I mean, I expect Obi to be professional if he is brought back for one more year, but I just think all sides want the best for each other, and I just think we're just probably waiting for the right blockbuster deal. I mean, maybe it's going to be to LA for the Clippers, maybe it's going to be to Chicago for Zach LaVine, um, because yeah, it suddenly makes a bigger blockbuster deal better throwing an Obi in rather than just trading Obi by himself for a second round pick or something. Couple second round picks. Um, thing is, the main thing Tibbs isn't a fan of is Obi's rebounding. So that's a key thing. Rebounding. I mean, he likes Obi the character, but Tom Thibodeau doesn't like Obi's game. Yeah. Now Tom Thibodeau ain't the biggest fan of RJ's game as well. Is what I've heard. Um, but it ain't something like they can't work together or anything like that. It's just he's not a big fan of RJ's game. Uh, is not as high on Randall after the past season is Tom Thibodeau. He wants Randall to be more selfless with the ball. Um, but yeah, Tibbs ain't the one calling all of the shots. But we know he had a play in the Josh Hart thing, the Cam Reddish thing as well. So a lot of chatter online saying Obi's staying now. The fact that the first round's gone, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it could be a move later in the night. It could be a move for multiple second rounders. It could be in free agency after July 1st. So Minnesota has traded number 33 to the Spurs, from the Spurs. And they're sending the Spurs 2 future second round picks. So yeah, everyone trying to get these teams on the come up are trying to get more cheaper talent. Yeah, as Darren's on the money all night. Salute to the chat, man. The streets is buzzing on draft night. The Knicks offseason is begun right now. Let's see what happens. Buzzer says, why did our 3-point shooting fall off? I think the season before last, man, it was Julius Randle's ability to shoot more wide open looks. I feel like Jalen Brunson does isolate a lot more. So the ball just moves very slow. I think we don't get quality looks enough. Is my opinion on that, man. Other teams, they move the ball really, really quick. You know, for us to score a lot, Randle and Brunson hit a lot of difficult shots. Like they isolate a lot. I love to see some more pick and roll. Like Bren hits on Cat JB in the pick and roll. Would be a nice thing. Brunson and anyone in the pick and roll, even with Randle, even with Obi, would be nice. I would have welcomed KP back as well, but let's see what happens with KP with one more year in maybe in Boston, but maybe they come together with a long-term deal. So yeah, the Knicks won't announce anything publicly, any trade yet too. That's another factor too. Last year, Woj didn't know what the heck was going down. So I expect the pick to be made, and then in the second round, and then maybe we'll hear an update saying this pick is being traded to the Knicks. Yeah. So we're refreshing, man. Nothing's coming to our liking right now. Knicks are stagnant. Hopefully they give us something worthwhile tonight. We need it. See, the issue with Cat, yeah, the skill set, a lot of people know he provides. The money is one thing, but I got a feeling a lot of people won't bring up the money as much in 3 years from now. We've already been seeing guys like Damian Lillard on 60 mil, John Wall, Russell Westbrook 40 mil. The 30 mil, 40 mil max is going to become the new max that used to be the 20 mil max as well. I think it's just going to take a few years for each team to adjust in giving out these salaries, I think. But restricted free agents are going to have to get paid. Okay, Kobe Brown. So the Clips got their pick, concluding the first round. Good work, Adam Silver, as well. All the picks, congrats. No one on the Knicks, man. Teams making moves. Mark Tatum, step on up, man. Give us something. A lot of good talent still available in the second round. Could we get a dude? Could we get a new player to watch for Summer League? Another wing, a backup point guard. I'm looking at a backup big man as well. Now, to me, I'm not going to downplay what Isaiah Hartenstein and Mitch did. They both produced this season. They both helped us. But to me, they're a double up, right? I just don't want to come back with two of those guys eating up $23 million of the salary cap. They're the same guy, basically, or one to the lesser degree. So we need a guy at the 5 who can shoot, who can do something. Yeah. So Geraldine, you really think that Leon is trying? We just can't trade by ourselves. Yeah. Let's not forget last year, right? Why didn't we want to make a pick? Because we wanted to save every single dollar for cap space. So Kyle Kuzma, Chris Middleton, a lot of these guys are free agents, can be signed. Maybe we don't want to make any draft pick to commit any salary also. That is another thing. We might waive Derrick Rose, trade Fournier to clear up money, and make a Chris Middleton signing, make a Kyle Kuz signing. That is one way to look at it. If we don't make a draft pick, we might be trying to save cash. Right? Why waste cash on a young dude who's not going to play? Yeah. EJ chimes in. These kids look like kids. I know I'm old now. Oh man. Salute, man. EJ will be on tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. with our special guest recapping tonight as well. Look forward to that. Let's see. Let's hope we got some more things to talk about with the New York Knicks, but the rest of the league is doing work. Right. The second round's here. The Knicks worked out a lot of guys, a lot of second round prospects, undrafted dudes. But yeah, the draft night's dragging. Yeah, Leon's asleep right now. Leon's asleep. Or other guys aren't picking up the phone, man. We need guys to pick up the phone for us and help us out. Help us out. My prediction from here on out, is that, yeah, like I said earlier, if it's not going to be buying a second round pick or a trade, I think tonight is going to be all about these undrafted signings. I think we'll try to jump in and pick somebody up late after the draft's finished. Now, we got to fill these development spots, roster spots for Summer League, Exhibit 10 training camp, and Westchester as well. So let's hope we find somebody who can step in and assist, develop into something. that's something I've noticed we've not been good at in terms of these developmental spots, from Jared Harper, from Luka Samanic, Kenny Wooten, Maurice Endauer, the list goes on and on. Miles Powell. These guys we never develop and keep one of them to become a future player or contributor. Every year it's just a new guy. The last guy we were successfully, I think, stuck was Langston Galloway, who we developed from there, became somebody, became a valuable player, did something as well. Otherwise, every year it's just been a new guy, a new name. Fans say he can do this, he can do that, but he never does anything. Yeah, that's it, man. Going way back to Maurice Endauer. I like Kenny Wooten. A lot of these dudes had great skill sets. Man, who could forget Ferron Hunt? Ferron Hunt was supposed to be the next thing, man. He was supposed to be Cam Reddish before Cam Reddish. When he yammed it on Summer League opponents, the highlight reels, Knicks Twitter was going spaz. Where's Ferron Hunt now? He's playing in probably Turkey or Greece or something. No one knows where he's at. Jimmer Fredette, Shane Larkin, a lot of dudes. Cleanthony Early, New York's own. Vax. I know it's not easy to just find a dude from the scrap heap and make it like they're going to be someone, but you would think after like 20, 25 swings, the Knicks would have hit on one or found someone out of all these picks. Moutier. They're just wasting development hours and minutes and on no one. Miles Powell was supposed to be legit. So here we go. Mark Tatum is on the podium. Step on up, baby. Give us something. 31st pick goes to Detroit. James Nagy. Good pickup. Goes to Detroit, trying to stack up more young talent. Ron Baker, shot maker. Yeah. Gerard says no development program. I think it's a bit of both, but my disappointment is after so many of these names we mentioned, none of them came up through the farm system. Look at Toronto from Siakam. Look at Miami with Robinson, Strauss, Vincent, undrafted after undrafted dude, right? We're bringing in dudes that's supposed to be something that don't end up being something. And I remember from Jared Harper, Luka Samanic, Ferron Hunt, Kenny Wooten, Daquan Jeffries. So, okay, Charlotte getting busy now. Darren says Charlotte's acquiring Nagy at 31 from Boston and sending numbers 34 and 39 to the Celtics, okay? This is where I need to call up the Celtics and I need to say, hey, 34 and 39, what do you got? Yeah, David Lee was solid pick, but he was actually a real draft pick. I'm thinking about these undrafted and G League guys specifically. The hours and the two-way time that the organization puts in as well. None of them really come from anything. I mean, Jericho Sims was pick 58, so he kind of fits in, but doesn't quite classify as an undrafted guy. Great question, Gerard. I don't think the Knicks have an offensive coach at all, from what I've heard. I think each player has their kind of trainer, personal trainer guy who they shoot with, who works them out. But I don't know if the Knicks actually have a dedicated shooting coach. Yeah. Okay. Jalen Pickett from Penn State heading off to Indy, which is going Denver Nuggets. Well, so much movement with these second round picks, man. As the Celtics have traded down. Right, we're flying through these picks, baby. We're getting close. Yep. We're getting close. Let's get it. Remember tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m., Friday night, draft recap, EJ, special guest in the building. It's going to be buzzing. We'll open the doors to free agency, look at what the Knicks did or didn't do tonight, tomorrow, and make our discussion around that. You know, I'm kind of not mad about the Paul George situation, you know, staying clear of that. Although I like Paul George, the player, the fit, 33 years of age, it's going to be interesting, you know. How long is the next window? I'm seeing the next window is maybe opening up in 3 years, you know, hopefully for a long time. Paul George not going to be around very long. There's still Giannis in the East, still Embiid. The Boston Celtics upgraded. Would Paul George put the Knicks over the top to invest $50 million and or pieces and parts, draft picks in the future as well? I mean, you guys tell me. Are you okay if the Knicks were the ones to back away from a PG move? Or do you think that's a stupid move? The Knicks should go and get PG. Yep. Nick Yak, man, hope everything's good with that situation. Yep, be safe out there, everyone. Definitely be safe. Take care. Yeah, Bronx hits that. If we had the real development program or useful coaches, Robinson would be a better offensive player. Or is it that he's just a willful, yeah, who wants to do what he wants to do? I sort of look beyond Mitch. I look at a lot of our guards as well. Like you look at a Jordan Poole, how he came up from Golden State. I mean, it could be a fun show, but we could, you know, when all the buzz dies down in August or Sept, we could go around the league. Spurs pick up Leonard Miller. That's a great pickup from the G League Ignite. But we could go around the league and do a show on, in the last 10 years, at least one player from every team in the league has developed and, you know, brought in from the farm system, the G League, or undrafted, that turned into a solid rotation player, such as Jordan Poole did with or from that farm system from Golden State, Toronto, Miami, all of these guys, and see which teams have done it well, which teams have not done it. Yeah. Yeah, old head. Agree with you on that. It's always a few years too late for the Knicks, man. If Paul George was 31 and we had 2 more years to play, then for me it would be worth it. It would be worth to go all in. But yeah, he ain't healthy. Yeah, like JC hits on as well. PG is that sexy move, but a few years too late. We need the championship window. Think about our window. Don't think about like we're going to win the chip next year. It's going to take a bit of time. Think about maybe the earliest we could win a chip. For me, realistically, could be the 26-27 year. And I'm trying, and that's being, for many people, that's being generous. But the earliest I think the Knicks could win a chip would be the 26-27 year. We're still a few years away, you know, at the earliest. So, you know, he's still got Giannis in his prime. Jimmy Butler, the Heat are going to get better. You know, Philly, the Bucks, all of that. We are closer. I'm not saying we're not. We're definitely closer to making the finals or ECF. But look at that beast out in Denver as well, the beast in the West. That's huge. Yep. So we have a story just dropped, some big Knicks news from Steph Bondy of the Daily News is now reporting that Zach LaVine's camp would be against a trade to the Knicks. So that's no surprise to me because Zach LaVine is repped by Clutch. Zach LaVine is not in the CAA business, so that sort of answered one question I had, if that is true. If that is true, Zach LaVine's camp would be against a play to the Knicks. So yeah, we do have Trevor Keels. Also, some people are high on him as well. I'm not going to think like Trevor Keels is our draft pick this year. That's not something I'm thinking about. I really think that the Knicks could still find better talent. But, if they're happy with his development, that's also good. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Yep. A lot of fans not interested. Gerard says, yeah, LaVine didn't want to play for Tommy Tibbs. Yeah. Well, thank you, Zach. Yep. Okay, no, Zach, then we're striking out. Who's left? Zion. It's interesting. I think salary is a big thing, right? They're thinking about pieces of the puzzle, right? Because let's not forget they're thinking about years ahead. They're thinking and plan. Donovan Mitchell possibly going to be available in 2 years. Do they want to eat up? Do they want to sign a Kyle Kuzma for 30 mil now and maybe limit the flexibility? Or do they want to just let Rose and Fournier come off the books, right? Sign a guy for a year or two, a contract that's easy to move in a future trade. That could be one way. Either way, I don't think Leon's going to get a guy he doesn't want. If Cat is that guy he wants, I could see us getting Cat if the price is right. Let's say Minnesota don't get too greedy, and Minnesota say, okay, we'll take quickly and we'll take 2 first-round picks, and we'll take quickly and we'll take salary filler. I think that's a pretty cheap deal for Karl Anthony Towns if you are trying to get if Leon does think Karl Towns is that guy, something like that. So yeah, they're thinking a couple years ahead. Donovan Mitchell, what's going to happen there? Or they're thinking about what they did with Brunson and just signing a guy for cap space. We get to keep all our draft picks in the future. And let's say if things go all pear-shaped and we don't end up making inroads to a championship, right? We could sell Randall, Barrett, or whatever, wait till their deals expire, and we still have all our draft picks. So that is another smart way. Wait until a player is available via free agency, and only sign them with cap space, so that you're not parting with any draft picks, because that is the quickest way to rebuild, like we know. There's nothing wrong with going all in and trying to make a run at the title with veterans if you can keep all your draft picks, because what's the worst thing that can happen? You don't end up getting close to a championship and you break it all up, but you've got draft picks still as well. So that's something that I think Leon Rose is trying not to do. He's trying not to give away all the draft picks, all of the Knicks' own draft picks, those protected ones from Washington, Milwaukee, Detroit, and Dallas aren't very valuable at this point. So, yeah, we're rocking out for the second round. We hear. Just hold me down for a short intermission. Yeah, back in action. Appreciate everyone rocking out. Chat buzzing. Let's see what we can do, man. Um, Second round underway. Bulls acquiring the 35th pick from the Wiz, selecting Julian Phillips. Um, yeah. Leon operating wisely. Nick Yak also says, "Who do you want Rose? What do you want Rose to do? Nobody wanted Obi for a first." Um, that's the thing. Worldwide West set the price tag for Obi quite high, from what I heard last deadline. Yeah, and teams just weren't interested. So that is coming back to bite. We're not playing Obi enough to improve his value, and then the deals aren't good enough for us to trade him. So just keep him, I reckon. Um, that's my thing. I know the boat sailed with Obi with Randall here, but you'd never know. One more year, Randall might be out of here. Um, Obi might improve his trade stock in the future. Let's see. But I'm not trading him for just a second round pick or for nothing. Um, so yeah, as Steph Bondy is breaking this story, I quote, he says, the Zach LaVine camp isn't interested in dealing with the Knicks, who have a reputation around the league of favoring clients of CAA. Man, you cannot make this stuff up, but it is what it is, you know. CAA connection's going to help us with some players, and it's going to work the other way. Yep. But for Source to come out and say Levine Camp isn't interested in dealing with the Knicks, um, it is what it is. Clutch Sports, whatever. We had Nerlens Noel sue them as well. Remember, we had Nerlens Noel who sued them. We had Cam Reddish, I think. I may be wrong, but correct me. I think Cam Reddish was also a Clutch client, and now Zach LaVine. So why would his camp want him on the Knicks right now? Um, I don't know if that's leaked from some other source. Possibly, we know Tibbs. Tibbs had exposure to Zach LaVine. Remember, from 2 years ago in Minnesota, 3 years ago. So Tibbs has exposure, as is Gerson Rosas as well, as they do with Karl Anthony Towns. Um, yeah, Cam's clutch, 100%. Yeah, thanks for appreciate it, Hulu. Yeah, 007 says this animosity between agents is thanks to LeBron Clutch Sports. The NBA was never like it. LeBron was hurt the NBA more than he helped. Can't wait for his retirement. Yeah, the clutch thing's crazy right now, man. But yeah, this CAA thing, I mean, the Knicks have so many CAA clients. That's why I did that show. Most of you probably seen it. I know. Support, appreciate you. Uh, I went through a 5 out of the 9 rotation players with the Knicks. are with CAA. That's astonishing. 5 out of our 9 rotation players are CAA. That's more than 50% of our rotation with one agency. So whether it's beef with the two, or the club, the Knicks wanting to look in the more CAA direction is maybe ticking Clutch off. But like I said, we want to get Clutch clients paid, whether it's we want to get CAA guys paid, whether it's Carl Towns, whether it's Paul George, whether it's Donovan Mitchell, whether it's Joel Embiid, or it used to be CAA, whether it's Jalen Green in the future, someone else. I'm not saying it's real. Yep. Yeah, Bob Myers. So the OKC's up, man. What have they got? Hunter Tyson, OKC. I don't know how they can fit all these young players. How many roster spots do they got? Yeah, it's crazy right now, man. I'm surprised, honestly, that this story dropped now. Right, we've been hearing about Zach LaVine for a minute. It's got to be, it's an intentional leak from someone, either the Knicks side or the other side, that just doesn't want any reports associating LaVine with the Knicks anymore. Maybe the Knicks backed away, and and Clutch don't want it to look like they backed away, or I don't know, but one way or the other, somebody leaked this with intention. But look, I'm not disappointed. If you see, I'm not like, I don't think Zach LaVine was a needle mover either. I think there's no need for any fans to get upset about Zach LaVine. Yeah, specifically. I think we're headed in that direction where we're going to get a Donovan Mitchell, a Paul George, a Carl Towns, Joel Embiid in the future, something like that. Yeah, MSG is a new CAA. There'll be a situation where some of our role players may not be with CAA, but most of our big players will be with CAA because we're looking after them, basically. The more we look after CAA, the more their other CAA clients will want to come to us. Talking about Hartenstein, we looked after him with 8 milli. Josh Hart, we're about to look after him with probably 18 milli. Who else we got? We got no, RJ's not CAA. Surprisingly, RJ could be the guy to make way. But then we got Brunson, we got Obi, we got Randall also. And I won't be surprised if Obi swapped for Chris Duarte, who's another CAA guy. Also, so yeah. We're doing big things out here, but yeah, there's a lot of CAA influence, man. I got the image. Let me see if I can bring this up on the screen, man. Yep, we rocking out now. Yeah, now you can see the CAA clients, man. Devin Booker, Carl Towns, Zion, Miles Turner, Donovan, PG, Jalen Green. There you see Aaron Mintz, who reps Julius Randle, Josh Hart, both together, and Isaiah Hart, Eric Gordon. And then you got Jaren Jackson Jr., Kyle Kuzma. He's a CAA client as well. So don't be surprised if we hear more Kyle Kuzma links now. Opted out, unrestricted free agent, and CAA. what's good almighty, yet we're still waiting for the move. But I don't think we're looking at draft picks right now, man. We might be just waiting for an undrafted free agent signing. Save our assets. Unless there's a guy we really, really, really like. Yeah, like Hulu says as well, that doesn't include the new crop of players coming into the league, and also the players who are just changing agents as well. Like Frank Ntilikina left CAA, went with some French agent, and then went back to CAA. Is now rep by Leon Rose's son. Could we see a Frankie Ntilikina re-signing for a veteran minimum? Maybe try to get him another job in the league. Back to the, I think Leon Rose knows Frank was a Knicks fan favorite for some. CAA. Wing gives us some wing depth. Bulls sent a couple second rounders to Washington to enter the draft to pick up Phillips. Yeah. Yeah, Frank was with Dallas. Yeah. Yeah, almighty. We just hit on it, man. I just brought up the CAA team on screen because we're looking for the CAA talent. Clutch, Zach LaVine doesn't want to be part of this thing. There's too much animosity with the Cam Reddish, Tom Thibodeau thing. To be honest, it might be more Tom Thibodeau. They might be filthy with how he dealt with Cam. Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking more like this Kyle Kuzma thing could be real because he's free to sign with whoever he wants, right? He wants 30 mil. If a team like the Knicks came calling and were prepared to meet his asking price, then agent to agent it works. I think fit wise with wing spot, I think that works as well. Like the Brunson, we sign him for cap space, then we go over the cap to re-sign Josh Hart. I think so. We trade Fournier, we waive Derrick Rose or decline Derrick Rose's final year. That frees up 30 mil. We use that to sign Kyle Kuz, and then they go over the cap to sign Josh Hart. That is one possibility. Yeah. Yeah, like GM says, maybe they see someone in the second round and hopes he doesn't get drafted. I think also negotiations, they say the player tells their agent to tell the team, look, don't draft me. I want to go undrafted so that the Knicks can pick me up. So that's something. Yeah. Maybe we can flip Kuz down the line for a bigger fish. Yeah. You get it. It's all about the looking after the client. So not just Kyle Kuzma helping the Knicks. CAA is looking after CAA by giving him $30 million. You're keeping that money within the family, so to speak. You're keeping that cap space at 30 million in a CAA client. They say thank you very much. They appreciate it. Make sure he gets a good fit, and then we trade maybe an RJ later who's not a CAA client. That is something to watch. As Darren enlightens us from the story, Rich Paul, the CEO of Clutch, began calling teams in the second round and requested them not to take client Chris Livingston. It's believed Livingston has a set draft spot in the second round. Hey, Clutch doing some dirty work as well. It's an industry where you got to get bullish. You got to take the bull by the horn sometimes. Like Ben Simmons, like James Harden, they request trades. They make sure it happens. Sometimes you got to make sure something happens. Like Why did Donovan Mitchell not get traded to the Knicks? Because he never requested the Knicks, technically. He just said, oh, I'll play for whoever, you know. You got to get disgruntled sometimes, you know. Yeah. So, friend of the show, Mark Berman chimes in. Zach repped Rich Paul, who has told confidants for over a year he prefers not to have a client play for the Knicks. The Cam Reddish saga was not good, but Leon Rose and Paul aren't buddies, dating back to LeBron. So Leon Rose and Rich Paul aren't buddies, yet dating to LeBron. So that's just pettiness right now here. Kentucky's Chris Livingston, right, has cancelled all 7 of his remaining workouts. On June 9th, he cancelled all 7 on June 9th of all of his remaining workouts in the draft, fueling belief that he's received a draft promise from a team. And then to follow up, Rich Paul's been calling all the teams in the second round and requesting them not to take his client. So I got no issue with that with the second round. That happens a lot. See, you know, you go to any team in the second round, you end up at the bottom of the rotation. You know, you don't get a chance. It's all about fit. Maxwell Lewis is a great pickup for the Lakers, man. Yep. The Knicks needed to get in on that, but he's not a Tibbs guy. That's the issue too. Yep. GM says, do I know who the Knicks was looking at the draft? The Knicks kept this one pretty quiet because they didn't work out any guy projected really in the first round, Geraldine. Any public knowledge of any workout, they did not work anyone out that was projected in the first round. Only undrafted prospects and late second rounders they worked out. So yeah, maybe they're just not that interested at this point. They might like Trevor Keels. They want to spend more time on Jeffries and Dwayne Washington. Maybe they know Rocas. You know, remember how many roster spots do we have? Maybe they think Rocas is a guy who's going to be our rookie. Who knows? Yeah, old head, man, salute. Who's taken 25 to come to the fam? People might be surprised with the number Josh Hart takes too. Josh Hart might end up giving us a deal that starts at a lower number and ascends. So maybe Josh Hart signs for 15 mil. And then every year it goes up 16, 17, 18 kind of thing. The Hornets pick is in. Okay. Amari Bailey. So I don't know, the Charlotte Hornets filling up more roster spots. Look, a lot of these guys aren't going to get any burn this year. It's a crapshoot, really. An undrafted guy can be as good as a second rounder guy sometimes, you know, especially if it's at the back end of the first round. Yeah, Maxwell's probably a clutch client, man. Yeah, the Lakers are stocking up, man, filling up the cupboard for when LeBron goes bye-bye and that run's finished. Yeah, man, I'm not salty about the Zach LaVine thing. I knew when I was going through this list and I was talking about the CAA clients 2 weeks ago, Zach LaVine's name was not on this list, and a lot of other players are. That's the interest. I mean, we signed Isaiah Hartenstein. We made the trade for Josh Hart. It's all CAA connected at this point. I won't be surprised if we sign Eric Gordon for part of the mid-level. Grayson Allen, Keita Bates-Diop, Torrey Craig. DiVincenzo is not a clutch client. He's not a CAA client, but there's a lot of other dudes that are. Covington, Shake Milton is available. That's another name I like. Shake Milton is going to be a good pickup. Let me know what you guys think. Would you guys entertain a Shake Milton? Yeah. As we're filing through these picks, what are we up to now, fam? We're up to pick 40 now. Sexton, definitely 2 years ago. I like Sexton, but not right now. I think Donovan Mitchell, if I had to guess, Donovan Mitchell's going to be a Knick in 2 years. There's just too much. There's just too many connections there, man. And I think they're trying to keep that slot free. So yeah, here's what they'll do, man. I think they'll groom Quentin Grimes. So Quentin Grimes won't go nowhere for the next 2 years. They'll play him. They'll let him shine. They'll develop him, let him build his trade stock, and they'll make sure he keeps that shooting guard spot. He keeps the seat warm for when Donovan Mitchell wants to come, or RJ Barrett gets traded also, and then we bring in the wing. So I think the 2 and the 3 spot are the spots they're keeping warm for right now, and maybe the 5 spot for Cat Embiid or one of those guys. But I think they could see Julius Randle staying. So again, that's a situation where they're going to save themselves assets. If that's their plan, I'm okay with it, because you keep Quentin Grimes for a few years, you make sure he develops, see if he becomes a stud, and then you just CAA client, you just sign him in, free agency, no cap, no assets, no trade needed. Donovan Mitchell comes in, you keep all your draft picks, and you use all those draft picks on an Embiid or another splash for the third guy. So so yeah, Rich Paul's beef supposedly with Leon and Wes. Worried they might just eventually trade Levine for the next guy, also like a stopgap Devin Booker. I could see that. Honestly, the Bulls are notoriously difficult to trade with, also. So a lot of these teams difficult to trade with. Delusional, like Toronto. I know a lot of people want OG, all of that. Their asking price is too high. Just stick with these free agents that you can sign for mid levels for cap space. Kyle Kuzma, Chris Middleton, or a guy who makes more sense, and it only costs you maybe 2 first-round picks, and quickly an Obi, some spare parts and some draft picks at a minimum, to keep it moving. Yeah, 007 says 14, 15 mils, reasonable for Hart. Let's see if he gives us that discount, man. Maybe they do to help get DiVincenzo in. But like I said, one way to do it could be to make the contract ascending for once, and save some money now. Or maybe the opposite. Maybe sign Hart for 18. Everyone freaks out, but then it goes to 17, then it goes to 16, then it goes to 15. So it averages out at 16.5. Yeah, also that's big. That's big with Spider too. Yeah, it may not take the 2 years, because Cleveland have to make a decision if they see the writing on the wall, and they don't want to lose him for absolutely nothing on the money. They paid a lot for that, and they're already reaping the already suffering with putting Jarrett Allen on the block as well. I think that the Cavs went in 1 year too soon, really. Portland on the clock. Great value signing, Ryan Rupert as well. um, could have been a first round talent, very raw prospect, but elite defensive potential. Rayan Rupert has like a 7'10" wingspan, I think. 7'5" wingspan, defensive wingspan. He's got crazy long arms, longer than Frank Ntilikina's. Was down here playing in the NBL in Australia, with the eventual team that finished runners up. Yep. Salute Luke. Yeah, a lot of comp for second rounders. Yeah, the Bulls, 76ers, and the Knicks. A lot of other teams have picks. Yep. OG's a clutch client. Let's cross that one out. Yep. Also, yeah, Masai Ujiri wants to kill the Knicks every single time. Forget that. I get people's frustration if Leon's not making the big swing, but we're not going backwards if we're keeping all of our draft picks for whenever they're needed. At least we're not blowing them on a middling talent like a Levine or a Cat, hopefully, or someone else. I'd rather get guys from cap space, you know. Also, the Devin Booker dream, we don't know if and when that could ever happen, you know. Phoenix might put together a 3-year run. So I don't buy that Leon's waiting for, there's reports that his savior is Devin Booker, but I don't see how that could be his plan, because who could anticipate if and when Devin Booker ever becomes available? Like, I think it's more likely to be Spider. I think it's going to be Spider, maybe Cat, maybe Embiid after 1 or 2 years. But I hope the Knicks can put together something for Summer League. You know, maybe Rokas comes down just to play in Summer League, see how he looks. That would be something. You know, if we could see what Rokas looks like. No, I don't see any other Knicks rotation player playing Summer League outside of Washington or Daquan Jeffries. So I think the Knicks should get busy with some undrafted dudes. Let's see. Yep, we need to get busy. How are you guys feeling right now? Keep giving us your thoughts, man. Appreciate everyone rocking out. Something's coming tonight. Something with its undrafted signing, a trade. And I think they've got their roster spots to fill for training camp for Summer League. So we've got the next pick up, the Spurs. CD Sissoko. Yep. Yep, absolute steal. Yeah, I could see that too, man. They're just going to give him the keys. You see how ambitious this new owner is? He's not letting Devin Booker go. He will be the last remnant when KD and Beal end up getting moved before him. Oh yeah, appreciate you, Gerard. Yeah, Isaiah Roby, maybe in Summer League, maybe not. He's been in the NBA for like 3 years now. Maybe not. Hopefully he is. Also, yeah, that's why we got to be smart with this money, you guys. Yeah, in terms of the cap changing, the luxury tax zone. Apparently, Dolan's Sphere project in Vegas has blown over budget by $1 billion. It was supposed to be a $1 billion sphere, and it's ended up becoming a $2 billion sphere. So does that finally um, affect James Dolan's willingness to spend? We don't know, but you know, the core base of our guys with Julius, RJ, and Randall all on very cheap contracts, I think. In fact, if you compare them to Damian Lillard's salary, it's Randall, RJ, and Barrett all combined is only about $10-15 million more than what Damian Lillard's earning completely. Yeah, we're definitely making steps, but people are frustrated about us not moving fast enough and getting a taste of success and Leon Rose not pulling off that star move and things like that. But yeah, he's certainly not doing an amazing job, but I don't think Leon Rose is doing a bad job necessarily. We are in a better position as well. We're getting closer. Just the hard work's still to come. Jeremy Grant from Portland, I think he's going to be available via free agency too, but I think he might be a clutch client. He's not CAA, but just player fit wise, I don't know if they're going to trade an RJ away for a Jeremy Grant. I think he would rather keep everything we have and wait for a bigger upgrade. But I think Jeremy Grant would help us. I think he's talented. I think it's sort of a middling upgrade. Yeah, Jeremy is clutch too, so that would be crazy if that we don't hear nothing linked to that. Kai Soto is playing in I think he's playing in Europe or Turkey or Asia. But he's hoping to work. I think he's going to be in summer league. I think he's working out. He worked out with the Knicks. So yeah, the Knicks actually did look at Kai Soto. Be interesting to see how that workout went. Yeah, Portland doesn't really want RJ either, but Jeremy Grant we could technically get for cap space, I think, but I would probably prefer Kyle Kuz. 6'10", offers some length. Would be cheaper as well. Yeah, so yet to make a move, man. We're in the thick of the second round. We're waiting. I don't see the Knicks buying a selection right now. I think we're just gonna hope, link up with the dude and hope his agent makes him undrafted. Yeah, yeah. Rich Paul's told confidants for over a year that he prefers not to have a client on the Knicks. So that's some seedy-ish right there. Ian Begley's talking about the Knicks did check in with the Clippers recently, and I would expect those talks to continue if the Clippers are indeed open to moving George. So that's interesting. Begley says he would expect talks to continue with the Clippers if they're open to moving George. The last I heard was that the Knicks were going to back away. So it's interesting. I don't know whether they're going to reconvene. Let's see. Look, the Pelicans, Brandon Ingram, Zion. That could be that next target, How are you guys feeling on buying low on Zion? Let's say the health check, the medical backgrounds and the checks checked out well with CAA. Through those connections, Leon Rose could get access to medicals, I'm pretty sure. What do you think about a buying low on Zion, who is CAA situation? Brandon Ingram is a guy I want. Yet with free agency, I definitely see the Knicks trying to sign a guy with cap space. So either it's Kuzma, it could be a Chris Middleton, guys that are available via cap space. And then the trade-wise, I think it's going to be the smaller trades like Obi and that kind of thing. I don't think Cat's going to get traded this offseason, but I could be wrong. Looks like the Zach LaVine thing's out now. So, yeah, we could be looking at running it back, man. Signing DiVincenzo or signing Shake Milton. Atlanta pick up Seth Lundy with that pick. Yep, we need picks. Hard pass on Zion. Yep, agree. Um, the thing is, we need shooting, so Zion doesn't help with that. Now, if Randall wasn't on this roster, I'd be like, okay, Zion just fits into where Randall is, but it just it's a clunky fit. And yeah, Ingram solves that. We need lengthy wings. Look at the way the league is going. Look at Denver, man. Bruce Brown. They had um, Troy Brown or whatever his name was. They had Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr. So much length. Um, yeah, Curry, Strauss. I like Vincent, Torrey Craig, Bates, Diop. So we can really become a much better team without making a big splash this offseason. Is it going to be enough to get us much further though? That's the main issue. It might only guarantee we're back in the second round, maybe in the third round. I mean, at some point you got to bank on internal growth and development. Most championship teams have a player that ascends via the draft, whether it's Quentin Grimes makes a big leap, RJ Barrett becomes that second lead dog. It can't just be all cosmetical from a transactional perspective. It has to be a guy already on this roster who becomes great, who's good and becomes great. Um, Mitchell Robinson, that could be a possibility. RJ, um, I don't think it's likely, but maybe Julius Randle, mentally goes to another level and adjusts his game. Either way, something's got to happen in house, and then the Knicks can maybe make that all-in splash for a Donovan or someone else. But to get closer, we need someone else to step up, I think. Um, yeah, this agent stuff's crazy right now. So Woj also reporting now that the Rockets are going to be a real threat for Brook Lopez. So he would have been a nice target, but he's old. So um, it depends what it costs. I would love a Brook Lopez. He fits, but yeah, he's old. Um, Look, the Paul George thing, it just depends on what it's going to cost. Right? If we could get 2 or 3 years of a really good Paul George, and we don't have to give up any more than 2 first-round picks, then that might be something you have to consider. He is a CAA client. I think we will definitely continue to look that direction. He seemed to have pretty good chemistry with Juju. Yeah, and like I said, I'm not here to predict the future. I don't have no crystal ball. I wish, but look at these names on screen. If any of these guys become a Knick, it's not surprising. These are the guys that we're most likely going to be looking at because the agent world is cruel. We just seen it now. Other agents are being jealous. They don't favor the Knicks. They're not answering phone calls. Other GMs don't want to do good deals with us. It's difficult. So what does Leon Rose bring for us? That's an upper hand. It's any of these players within the CAA tree that can come in here for a friendly deal or a cordial deal to help this club. Um, yeah, or we do what Ed says, like salute. Yeah, we're making smaller moves. Yep, the bigger fish we wait. We wait for Embiid, Giannis, Booker. Um, but that doesn't mean we can't continue to get better. That's why we play the games. We can't just say the Knicks aren't just going to make the Eastern Conference Finals next year. We have a good enough roster. So that's why I'm saying, we need to get better from everyone, from in-house. Tom Thibodeau got to get better. RJ's got to get better. Quentin Grimes has got to get better. Quickly's got to get better if he's here. Randall can't stop getting better. Mitch has to get better as well. So, and then we see what happens, man. Yeah, Paul George is 2 years from from wanting another max contract, which you could flip him then maybe before that comes, maybe you play him for 2 years and then you try to flip him before he's eligible for that supermax. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The salary, it's going to be scary what Paul George is going to get in 2 years' time. If he's still playing healthy and productive, he'll be 35. Yeah, Kuzma is that cheaper option over Paul George at this point of his career as well. Young, ascending. Like I said, people may cringe at 30 mil, but you've got to consider what the future is going to look like as well. 30 mil right now does not look good, but 30 mil, if you sign him long term, by the third, fourth, fifth year maybe of that deal, it's cheap. Kyle Kuzma is never going to come in here to be the second option. It's going to be third, fourth option as well. So, maybe a roster of Brunson, RJ, Donovan Mitchell, and a Kuzma could get us close, kind of thing. Yeah, I agree, man. Double O, Zion situation. The guy's sort of made his own situation now, and he's got to deal with it. And I do think that, I hope he gets right. He starts to play good ball, but all the stars align for Zion to become a New York Knick. But the health issues and all of that, it's now a case of the Knicks may not even inquire about him. Who would have thought? The Pelicans, there was, debate over whether they would ever want to sell Zion, and, it's a pipe dream and all of that. But would the Knicks even want to, be interested in Zion now is a legit question. He's eligible. He's earning the supermax, and like you said, in New York City, man, in the words of Ron Cleveland, the Clippers on the clock. Pick up Miller. Yeah, yeah. Paul George is eligible actually for the extension this summer. He'll be looking for it while he's younger. 200 milli. Yep, you're on the money. I appreciate it. Look, that's the thing. Like, he's the perfect archetype. It just his aging, all of that stuff. Yeah, I just don't agree that his play is at that high enough of a level. But like I said, it depends on how much you could have him for. It would be hard to pass on if it's 2 first-round picks, Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, Evan Fournier, and 2 first-round picks. If they want RJ, then I would say no. Gut tells me that Dame stays in Portland. My gut tells me that he'll continue to play in Portland. They'll make some kind of satisfactory upgrade that he can play with. They maybe trade Scoot or they'll try to do something. But yeah, the West is the West. I think it's just going to be crazy. Yeah, and he's injury prone also. If Zion doesn't have any stipulations, I don't think he does, but he should on his next contract. I think they negotiated that supermax just in time before he was kind of missing too much time, and they straight away just gave him the supermax contract. But I do think that there should be in his next contract. I think that should be a part of the CBA. In fact, these dudes earning crazy guaranteed money. Yeah, But yeah, man, we're having fun anyway. 48th pick right now. The Knicks still no selection. What's going to happen? I'm waiting for any news about undrafted signing. We got Jericho Sims with the 58th pick. Let's see what we can do. And see what happens. About it. But I think, yeah, Leon Rose is exercising a lot of patience. Like, now I think James Dolan is definitely. Notice we're not hearing any of that James Dolan narrative anymore. James Dolan's kind of out of the way. How do you know? Donovan Mitchell would have been a Knick. If James Dolan was steering the ship, he would have handed down all the picks necessary to get a Donovan Mitchell up in here as well. So Leon doing his own thing. And Imani Bates goes to Cleveland. Wow. Man, that's a great pickup. That could be steal of the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Pick 49. That's one of my favorite picks so far this year. Imani Bates filling in that wing spot for the Cavs. What do you guys think? That's crazy, man. Why didn't we get in there to try to get a pick? Man. Yeah, that's crazy. Imani Bates. Yeah. Yeah, Hulu likes that pickup too. Yep. Yeah, the Zion thing, it's amazing how we've kind of matured, fam, along the way as an organization. And that just shows you how quickly things change in the league. It's important to just stay good for the Knicks, stay relevant, continue winning 50 games, stay good, keep the book straight, all of those things. And I think things will shake right where at the right time. Winning a chip so difficult, man, with how many teams, how many guys, you know, trying to swap teams and get there, man. It's tough. But let's see what we do tonight. Free agency is just around the corner, man. We're just getting there. And tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, EJ and special guest in the building to chop up what happened tonight, the recap, all of those things. The salad bars. I think Zion's first sponsorship would be Subway. Fam. Man, OKC. Okay. OKC with another selection, man. I don't know what OKC are doing. Does OKC have 30 roster spots? Someone enlighten me. It just seems like OKC have all these picks. Where are they storing these picks? You know, what are these players playing in? Their their G League. Yeah, we're in the back end of the second round. Knicks and done nothing so far, but I think we're going to hold out until the very end of the second round. Then we're going to get it and see. Yeah. What's good, dirty? Give us your thoughts on the situation right now. Imani Bates was a great pickup for Cleveland. That's good. That's quality value for 49. What else was quality value? Wallace, obviously. Whitmore, sorry. Whitmore was quality value too. Yeah, Norm Powell's a good one. But I think he's looking to stay in the Clippers. I'll tell you, two guys I know are going to be available. TJ Warren and also TJ Warren and Terrence Ross out in Phoenix. So that they weren't happy with the way they were used. So I think those two guys are going to be available. Yep. Front office thoughts are Dirty says they got zero gamble right now. Yep. Yeah, zero gamble. Yeah, we talked about early in the show, man. We talked about all these players that the Knicks had to try to develop. Miles Powell, Ferron Hunt, Lucas Samanic, Jared Harper. All of these dudes, they're just wasting roster spots, really. Yeah. Okay. IQ, Obi, and RJ and Grimes rank these players according to the most valuable trade assets. So yeah, not value to the Knicks, but value in a trade. So you got Quickly, Obi, RJ, and Grimes in a trade. I would have to say top of the tree, top of the list would have to be Quentin Grimes. I think we've heard enough reports around the league that, it's a no-brainer. All 29 teams would take Quentin Grimes any way they can have him. Then I think probably second would be Emmanuel Quickly. Then I would say RJ, and then I would say Obi. Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about it dirty. We're almost talking ourselves into a Zach LaVine move, but I sort of had that feeling in my stomach. 2 weeks ago when I went through this CAA list, and there's no Zach LaVine. I knew he was clutch. I never mentioned it at the time because I don't know if it was going to be a bigger deal or no deal, but whatever. We move on. I think he can stay out there in Chicago. I mean, I'll tell you why Clutch can do this kind of thing now, because Zach LaVine is paid already. Zach LaVine is paid. Zach LaVine is getting paid. The agency, they've really got nothing to lose at this point. Zach LaVine probably going to get a max deal whenever with the Bulls or whenever his time is up. It really doesn't. It's no consequence to him um, to them whether he's on the Knicks or not. It really, they're all about just getting paid. Um, so we got a prospect from Indiana um, with Mike Woodson. Trace Jackson Davis is still undrafted. A consensus first team All American from Mike Woodson at Indiana. He's still undrafted. Right now, let's see what happens, man. The Knicks worked out some of these dudes. I think some of them might be available as as a signing. Yeah, a lot of loyalty to the agent world because think of all the max deals Zach LaVine's got in his lifetime. He has this undying loyalty now to Clutch Sports. The same way the CAA fam is loyal. A lot of them are loyal to the guys who got them paid. Um, but yeah, the way it's going down is crazy. I think the Cam Reddish thing was the straw that broke the back, so to speak. Another trade to announce. Grizzlies and the Pistons. Yep, a delayed announcement. 51st pick right now. Brooklyn again. Jalen Wilson, the 51st pick. Brooklyn stocking up some young talent. Let's see. Maybe one of these undrafted dudes is CAA, and that's the only way we can get someone signed tonight. Let's see what happens, man. But I think free agency. One thing to heavily consider is that the Knicks don't want to add salary. Remember, first round draft pick adds guaranteed salary to the books. We don't want none of that right now. Supposedly, second round pick, you could give a small guarantee. Exhibit 10 kind of training camp deal. Undrafted dudes, you could sign them to a two-way, do whatever the hell you want. So why am I saying this? I think the Knicks want to keep all the money available for either Kuzma, Chris Middleton, a bigger trade that requires the money to absorb. We know Derrick Rose, Evan Fournier are going to be gone in another week. That's could be one of the reasons we're not active tonight. We're probably going to see Isaiah Roby, maybe Rokas in the summer league, and any of these other undrafted guys we can pick up. But yeah, that's probably one of the main reasons why we don't want to add any salary at this point. We barely have any roster spots at the end of the day. Teams are calling us for Deuce. We don't want to trade Deuce at this point. So yeah, interesting to see if a team bites on Jericho Sims. Jericho Sims could have some value around the league also. But like I said, I think we're using up 3 roster spots for centers that do the same thing in a different way. Like Jericho Sims has got hops, can rebound well. We got Mitchell Robinson, who's already the elite rebounder in the league. Neither of them can spot up and shoot a jump shot. Neither of them has any offense. Same with Hartenstein in a way. We're using up roster spots for the same dude. Yeah, Fournier will be traded in a bigger deal, I think. Or just for a team that wants to absorb his salary. I think, but I think from what I'm gathering tonight, we want to clear all the books for a free agent signing or a trade that for the trade money that works. Now, could they really be interested in Kyle Kuzma? He's available now. How many teams have 30 mil to spend? Phoenix Suns on the clock. Give us your indications in the chat. Would you be okay with Kyle Kuzma for 30 mil? Do you guys think Kyle Kuzma for 30 mil? I think his numbers were a bit inflated this year. He had more usage in Washington. I think for a team like us with RJ, with Julius, and with Brunson trying to make the finals, Eastern Conference Finals, just Kyle Kuzma creating a logjam. Does that take us to the next level? It's a nice upgrade, but I just don't know. I like his play. A lot of people are frustrated. Dante, Naz Reid, Shake Milton, I would take. Man, Keita Bates Diop, Torrey Craig, I would take. I think T.J. Warren's going to be available. Terrence Ross. Could we find a way to get ourselves Devin Vassell? What do you guys think of what San Antonio's doing? Do you think there's any possibility we could get a Devin Vassell? It'd have to be a trade. Yeah, it's difficult to say because Kuzma was great on a team that had no playoff success. Did not make the playoffs, so high usage. It's difficult. Donovan Mitchell probably going to come in 2 years. Do we want to spend the $30 million now? It's kind of Paul George or Kuzma. Would you rather the proven guy with injury concerns that's older, or a guy you don't have to give up anything for, who's yet to be really proven, but he's younger and $30 million? You don't need to give up anything. I think there's pros and cons. Yeah, he's definitely could be that 3-and-D guy. Give us that length we need. Maybe not Vassell, maybe Keldon. Hopefully, I like Keldon, but I think the Spurs might favor him. Siakam, I don't see that happening. He wants to stay in Toronto. Also, yeah, T.J. Warren, if he can stay healthy, could be a nice piece off the bench. He can absolutely fill it up. Terrence Ross, the Karis LeVert situation. I don't know what they were going to do. He's a free agent also. Brogdon's a no. He's got injury health concerns. I think Seth Curry would be cool. I think if we could find a way to get Royce O'Neal, Yeah, Dante DiVincenzo. Let's see. Um, I'm just looking at these CAA clients, and it's like we're gonna get some of these guys. We have 5 out of our 9 rotation players CAA. That's more than 50% of our playing roster is CAA. I could see us getting Eric Gordon for part of the mid-level or even veterans minimum if he's willing to take that. Shake Milton wants a nice role. PG could easily get us to the finals if he's healthy. I think the issue is he's extension eligible in 1 year. So if we had PG locked up without that extension looming, maybe the club would be more open to that. But it's the trade, and then you've got to re-up him for 200 milli. Yeah, there's talk Brick salute, talk that Rokas may come, and Trevor Keels. They feel like he might be our rookie. You know, they're happy with his development. Reason being, let's not forget, Trevor Keels came out early. Trevor Keels should have stayed in college really 1 more year. So this could easily be Trevor Keels' rookie year in the NBA coming up. You know, wasn't very impressive, but maybe they're looking at that. Rokas won the chip in Barcelona in Spain. He might think like, now I've achieved what I needed to achieve. Now I want to achieve my NBA dream. So let's look at the NBA. I think let's just get Rokas to Summer League first. Let's see what he looks like. Yeah, Cam Thomas is good. Yeah, 100% Andre. They got big things in mind. It's going to be a free agent signing transaction or a trade. I don't think they wanted to add any draft salary tonight. And the Obi thing, maybe no deal tonight, tells me that Obi's part of that other deal, or Obi's staying for 1 more year. Because let's say if Obi's value is super low, nobody wants to give up more than 2 second rounders. Maybe they're just like, you know, we're going to look bad trading Obi for 2 second rounders. You know, let's just keep him. Let's just keep him until he becomes restricted. See if Julius Randle's still here. Keep him for another year. He's familiar with the team. His shooting is good off the bench. I'm okay with that. I don't want to sell Obi just for the sake of selling him for nothing. Like, if his value is super low, just keep him. But yeah, Rokas needs to play. He needs to come down now. He's had, what, 3 years in Europe. He won the chip. Come down, man. I think there's a role for him now. I really do. I mean, I know there's Deuce McBride. Maybe those guys could battle it out. Quickly might not be here either as well. So he's a veteran now. He's Rokas. You know, he's been pro for 3 seasons as well. The Knicks feels like Obi's gone next week. Obi could be gone next week, man. I still feel like it's very likely he'll be part of maybe a larger deal. The thing is, Obi's salary is real low, so Obi by himself trade is very, very difficult to get good value back. So, like I said, if his value is pennies, then just keep him and let's see what happens. But yeah, we're almost over. The draft almost done. I want to stick it out to the end just to see if stick it out and just see if there's anything in the horizon with these undrafted signings or anything, man. But we are going to be on tomorrow night with the recap with EJ, special guest, 5:30 p.m. Eastern on Friday night. The streets will be blaze, and then we'll be able to assess everything going down and make sense of it all. Yep. Right now, it's just waiting to see what happens, man. It's like I said, I feel like it's Leon Rose not wanting to add any salary tonight. We're all in mode. We're all veterans. No development mode at the moment, you know. Like I said, they got Rocas sitting there overseas, and they got Trevor Keels, Daquan Jeffries, and Dwayne Washington. Let's see, maybe we sign a couple of undrafted guys, bring them in, exhibit 10s, and see what happens. Just give me 1 minute, hold me down for a quick intermission. Salute, we back. Appreciate you rocking out, man. At the latter stage of this draft, seeing what's up. Yeah, there's not been too many trades tonight in terms of players, Andre. It's been a lot of like pick for pick swaps and stuff. Um, yeah, Obi's value is pennies because we depreciated him 100%. Yeah. That's why I kind of think like you just don't trade him. Like I know we're probably heading nowhere with that situation, but one more year we just see he's a valuable rotation piece on a team that made the Eastern Conference semifinals. So he's still going to help us next season. He's still going to shoot some threes. Um, I was thinking this too. Sign and trade is very, very realistic. That's very realistic, fam. As you know, the number one aim for a CAA is to make sure their client is paid and then they're in another location where they can play. Secondly, but with that said, the spots are drying up, man. Like 60 new players are just going to enter the NBA this year. Now, Indiana was a team that I thought could slot Obi in there, but they picked up all these talent, all these drafts tonight. So I don't know if Obi can fit in Indiana anymore. I think he can fit with Detroit. He can fit with Houston. He could fit with Toronto's style. But I don't know if teams are trying to win. Maybe DC. DC's trying to strip it down. Um, maybe yeah, Obi sign and trade with Kuz or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, that's possible. Yeah, we got to address this. Yeah, really, second year in a row with no draft pick. How does this make us feel? That's the $1 million question, man. I'll start by saying that I'm not surprised. We came into tonight with no draft pick. So one, I'm not surprised. Number two, I've been hearing for years now through various people and guests on the show that Tom Thibodeau is not a fan of this whole draft process. It just ain't his thing. He's been around this NBA thing for 30 years. He's all about veterans. He's all about winning. Um, now, how does it make me feel? Like it's frustrating in terms I would have liked at least tonight to pick up someone, but with the roster spots not available, with the logjam rotation, I think we could have absorbed one more year without a pick, without it really really hurting us. But we really need to keep Quentin Grimes now. We need to keep Emmanuel quickly and see if we can turn one of these undrafted or previous draft picks with Rocas and Keels into a future piece. Because yeah, you need cheap talent. Um, Geraldine taking a hard pass on summer league after tonight. I'm going to enjoy my summer and see everyone in October. I've got to take a break, and we need you in the chat. I know you'll be back, but just wait till past free agency, see what happens. But yeah, it doesn't look like summer league's going to be very exciting without any draft picks. We're probably going to see Keels, probably going to see uh, Isaiah Roby, maybe Rokas. Um, yep. Yeah, I was looking at the exact same thing with Orlando. They've got so much depth at the guard spot. Cole, Suggs, Fultz, so many dudes that they picked up as well. Um, we haven't really heard many connections with Kuz and this team, but the fact that he is CAA, the fact that he is a free agent, there would have to be some sort of consideration given he's a fit in position that we need, shooting and length and wing. Um, it just depends, Can they extend the deal maybe? Maybe they say, all right, maybe Kuz sign and trade. You take RJ, we take another piece from Washington, so you don't lose Kuz for nothing. So maybe Washington, you give us our pick back. We give you RJ, we take Kuz, you give us Danny Advida as well, or you give us this other pick in the future. I don't know. But just signing Kuz straight from Washington for as a free agent, I don't know what else there is to gain. I don't know, man. But yeah, I'm having fun watching the Chicago Bulls, man, go nowhere. They're trying to sell DeRozan, Kuz. Levine. Sorry, not Kuz. Levine, Lonzo, DeMar. They're they're about to re-up Vooch. That's crazy, man. Yeah. Where are we at now? Is the draft finished, or is there still a few more picks? We've got the Bucks on the clock, right, with the 36, the 50, the 58th pick. This is where we snagged Jericho. Yep. We got a center out of Yukon, best available. Hey, Taquavian Smith is still available, man. That's crazy. Ricky Council still available. Oscar Shibwe. Yeah, that's crazy. Chris Livingston. Let's see what happens with these undrafted dudes, man. Taquavian Smith's not drafted yet. 58th pick. Okay, it's as good as over, man. Yeah, keep the faith, man. Keep the faith. I don't think we're doing nothing tonight outside of a undrafted free agent signing, which is just going to be an Exhibit 10 training camp deal. But yeah, these guys are in it for free agency, veterans, trades, that kind of thing. Next week is going to be the real buzz. Tom Thibodeau, as we know, not a fan of the draft, not a fan of the process. We didn't work out a lot of dudes. We worked out undrafted prospects mostly. But it's just kind of crazy. We're paying one of the most elite drafting scouts, Walt Perrin, to do absolutely nothing. The assistant general manager. Yeah, I've got to agree. One of the more boring drafts in my memory. But the only thing that got me through this is the chat. Chatting it up, giving us our thoughts on this situation with the Knicks. I expected a small trade or a pick acquisition. Yeah, final pick tonight. Indeed, congrats. Yep. Deputy Mark Tatum. Yep. This sort of sets the page for Summer League also. Okay, Bucks picked up Chris Livingston. Yep. with the final pick, man. $1 million question though from 007 is how many chips has Tibbs won with his vet-only philosophy? 0 at this point. Now he's never had the best roster. He had Derrick Rose and some solid role players. He had Jimmy Butler, Karl Towns in the West. I don't see Tibbs being the coach to win us our next chip, but I think he still can do better if the roster is better. I don't like his style, offensively. Yeah, yeah, I agree with your thoughts on Dallas, Dirty, as well. I mean, they got Rashawn Holmes, but they got a couple of rookies as well. So they turned a pick into three pieces, but it's going to be interesting, man. I think we're just going to rely on our connections now. Villanova, CAA, right? Try to get a DiVincenzo, get one of these CAA all-stars. I do feel like Donovan Mitchell is still most likely going to end up being a Knick somehow. The Cavs are going to lose all leverage, and maybe he just has to request a trade, so that no other teams jump in, man. So the Warriors are acquiring the 57th pick from Washington and taking Trace Jackson Davis. So another sneaky move. Even the Warriors in contention mode are trying to re-up. The Warriors are trading Patrick Baldwin Jr. to the Wizards also as part of the Chris Paul pool trade. Yep. So that's interesting. So the Knicks draft pick for the last 2 years has been Trevor Keels. Mikal Bridges. Yep. Yeah, Mikal Bridges, the Knicks, that's not going to happen. I just don't see they're not trading him. The Brooklyn Nets, there was some report they turned down pick number 3 and Anthony Simons for Mikal Bridges. It's a crazy strategy. Like, what is the over under on the Dallas pick? 15. Man, I'm gonna say it's probably under. I just don't see them really competing. Yeah, I just don't see them competing, man, with that. Yeah, I agree with you with the Brunson year. Again, for no salary, but not this year. Yeah, Intel on Spider, Andre, 100%. Yep. I mean, we heard the way he's speaking. He lives in New York in his summer. He wants to be close to family, as does Karl Anthony Towns. Someone told me Karl Anthony Towns is looking for houses in New York, which doesn't necessarily indicate he's going to live here, but we know these guys are home kids. They want to be close to family. They want to be close to home. So they're CAA, they're New Yorkers. They want to be here. Just connect the dots. We probably end up with Spider and Cat as well, and maybe we flip one of them when Embiid becomes available. Yeah, it's difficult. We talked about it all tonight's show. It's difficult doing business around the league. If the other club doesn't want to do business with you, this Rich Paul business, other GMs trying to be ridiculous, trying to fleece us, it's not easy doing deals, getting draft picks. I bet you Leon Rose talked to people about Obi, and they probably said, "Oh, look, you're not playing Obi anyway. We know you're stuck. We're not giving you anything but a second round pick." So that's how these dudes operate. So yeah, it's not easy doing deals. People say, "Oh, why don't we do deals?" It's because there's 29 other teams trying to get better also. Some of them trying to fleece us. It's not easy, man. But that's why we got this CAA thing, and yeah, um, yeah, and we got all this happening. But yeah, let's get ready to wrap this up. Appreciate you all. We'll be on live 5:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night with EJ and special guest to break this thing down and the aftermath of tonight. If anything happens tomorrow in the morning, tonight, we'll be there to address it. Appreciate everyone. Yeah, hopefully more better news to come. Appreciate everyone rocking out with this situation. Let's see what happens, right? Let's see what happens in the coming days. We got the free agency. We've got cap space that's going to open up. We're going to re-sign Josh Hart. And let's see what happens. Peace, everyone. Let's get it on Friday.